Good morning, everybody. We're back with another fresh week of live trading and market breakdowns on SDtv. We got Aaron with us here this morning to kick things off. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Our swear jar is up to $85, Tyler. I'll have to get somebody to go on a rant. Excuse me. Morning, Laura. Morning, Miss Mary Rose. How are you? Dario, good morning. All right, we'll give everybody a second or two to get in. It's chilly here. It is chilly today. All right, let's get settled here. Okay. How's everybody doing? Everybody excited for a new week? Warmer weather's on the way. Miss Mary Rose, you're probably chilly out there too. We got this like cold front, or if you're not, you're probably gonna be. You got this like cold front coming in. Not cool. Not fun. All right. Okay, here comes everybody. All right. By the way, last week in Philly was 89. Nice. Jeez. Yeah, it's supposed to be like cold here. Like there's frost. I woke up and there was frost this morning, which is absolutely insane for like late April. Yeah, we've had this stupid wind too. It's just been really kind of ick. Yeah, it's supposed to warm up this week eventually. We'll see. Anyway, can't complain about it. Frost on the card, nice. NWO, good morning. All right. Okay, RC, good morning. All right, well, let's get started, guys. Okay, so starting off on news. Now, today there's really nothing. Okay. Our big news starts tomorrow, 8:30, core retail sales. And then, oh boy, Warsh testifying. Okay. That's obviously going to be a big one. Okay. Now, if you don't know, that's the new Fed chairman. All right. So who knows? Who knows what that's going to bring us? All right. So 10 a.m. And of course, it's right at 10 a.m. on Tuesdays. So very interesting. So that could fling us around for sure. Okay. For sure. Right. When we got PMI later in the week. So this is kind of the big deal this week. Right. Is right here. Because that's a big unknown. Right. That's a big unknown. And we'll see what that does to our Fed fund futures as we go through the week. And that's going to be super interesting. So basically nothing on the tape for today. Now, again, plenty of geopolitical stuff to keep us on our toes. All right, so let's get to it. Morning, Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. Morning, Lyle. Morning, Omar. Morning, everybody. Okay. Where'd you go? There we are. Okay, so let's get to it. All right. So starting off in the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. This leads the U.S. indices. Okay, it runs inverse. All right, so what we're looking at here is, remember the trend that we're in, right? This is that April 1st lows. We're on the continuous contract, by the way. Now, if TradingView, you look weird, just draw from the numbers that I'm drawing from. Okay. So we're drawing from this April 1st low, okay, which are the 23.95s, I believe. Yeah, 23.95, okay, to our low down here at 18.40. All right. Remember this extension short, right? That April 1st lows, we've traded it once to targets, twice to targets, 3 times to targets, and now we've made our full pullback. Now, the only kicker about this extension short is last week, and we know this, right? Every single rollover, okay? Old contract lows to new contract highs. This is where TradingView kind of sucky that they roll it early. So from those 1840s to these 2105s right here, okay? Yes, there is, Edward. Is that a niner? Little frost on the pumpkin here too. Morning, Edward. No jet skiing around. No danger zone jet skiing today. All right. So those old that too. Old contract low, new contract high from the 1840s to these 2105s. Okay. Now TradingView, it's gonna look different. I know. Don't yell at me. It's just how they do it. All right. 1840, 2105. That high at 9 a.m. on Thursday. There's our old contract low, new contract high, right there. Okay. We've got to watch out for that once every single month. All right, this is where the VIX can change trend. This is where big explosions come from. All right, so now we're going to see a battle over the trend. So this went up. Now you can make the case that it hit this target, 21.68. If we round down to 65, we traded 60, so we came within 1 tick. So we've got 2 different options here. All right, going into the morning. One is we go up in a series, which is from this low at, what was that, 1980? 1975. Heck of a year. All right, to highs. Down there. All right, right there. And if these hold, right, and lift off, from there, the indices are going to go down for a while. Okay. Now, if that does break, what we have to watch out for, say it with me, old contract lows, new contract highs. Okay, that's going to be down here. So the first level we're going to be watching is right here. So 1975 to 2160. Okay, that's the first one we're going to be watching. All right, and a break of that 46, 45, subtract a tick 40. So it would have to break the 40s, trade 35s. Okay, and if that happens, right, we can fall all the way back down into this support. Now, if, and this is a big if, okay, we end up breaking these old contract low, new contract high down here, these 1962 to 60, subtract a tick, 55. So 1955s, we end up breaking those at some point this week, indices are going to fly. Just continue, new all-time highs. That gives the VIX a target way down here, way down there. All right, that wouldn't be like anything out of the norm. It's just, that's a long way. The indices would be like way, way up there. Okay, let's just call it that. Technical term. Okay, so this is the first level we're watching for the VIX to continue this trend. And then we'll have to see once it gets back down here. All right, so 46, 45, 40, got to break the 40s. If we don't and we lift off, we're going to have to watch that because we've got targets that break this extension, and then we're in a whole new trend, brand spanking new trend on the VIX if that happens, right? And we could come all the way halfway back, which would be way up here. Okay, and the indices would make significant pullbacks. All right, so we'll watch that going into the morning. All right, we can watch for maybe a 15-minute bar to close green, something like that would lift us off. But all that geopolitical news, right, with the Strait and all that, dropped us or popped us right into that resistance, into that extension short. It didn't break. just got slammed as soon as it got up there. Okay, so again, go with what price is saying, not what we think should happen. All right. Okay, everybody good? Anybody, any questions? As to where we are here. I don't like this camera. I'm gonna have to get a new camera. I don't like that. Everybody good? Good? Everybody dialed in? Okay. All right, cool. So that's where we are. All right, good talk. All right, moving on. Bank. Now, bank has room to pull back. Now, remember, this is a good example. This is just an index, right? It's not traded, so it doesn't have to be all exact and all that. But from those April 1st highs, okay, we had this extension long, okay? Went to its target, went to and through. There was a new extension here that broke. So we do have room on our financials for a pullback. Now, the one thing I want to point out is obviously the indices are making highs of the year, right? They've made new all-time highs, new highs of the year. Has bank done that? No. That would put bank up here. Okay, so we got to be aware of that. Excuse me. All right, so we do have room to make this pullback. All right, absolutely we do. But again, it's just an index, right? It doesn't have to pull back down here and look all pretty and bounce and all that. All right, so we'll see where we open, what direction we get moving. Remember, bank rising, that's a tailwind, big tailwind for the indices. Bank falling, that's a headwind, acts like a boat anchor. All right, so we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. We're still in longs, no, big time, right? Bank is still in longs. It's just we do have room, right? So we'll see. We'll see going into the day. All right, now on the ES. Excuse me. Okay. From there's those April 1st highs to highs, inverse of the VIX. Okay, April 1st highs to highs. That's down here at these 70-36s. Now, when we zoom in, all right, I didn't get either one of those lines this morning, Tamika. Couldn't do it. I got frustrated and just said hell with it. I didn't drop them perfect. Just so you know, you didn't miss anything. I know you worry about that. Anyway, and here's that long on the VIX from 12:40, or I'm sorry, 1 o'clock, 12:45 p.m. on Friday to lows. Yeah, next time we'll see it. Hopefully I get it on camera. There's that short. Okay, right there. So if the VIX ends up breaking this, right, then the indices are going to squeeze higher. We lift off from here, right? Then the indices is going to roll over. Okay, that's a big risk reward right there, right? Targets are down here at these 70-61s. Okay, so indices, they have some work to do, right? They've got a pullback to make, right? There's definitely a pullback to make. All right, and then everybody's going to be freaking out, right? And then we'll get down here to this extension long. Okay, remember there's a huge divergence right now between the ES, or between the indices and the VIX. All right, so gap fill. Gap fill's up here at 71.6150. All right, right there. 10 points, 20 points, 30 points. You can see right now we're outside of 30 points. Right? Absolutely we are. Okay, so all we're really watching here is this. If this continues to fall, right, then that could squeeze us in the direction of the fill. And definitely keep an eye on the half. But if the VIX VIX bounces at that support level, we're going to roll right. You can see all the participation we're getting right here. We're going to fall right out of that. Okay, as the VIX would lift off in the direction of these profit targets. We don't know if we're going to get there because we've got this resistance, but that would be, if this continues to fall, that's the entry into the fill, or the direction of the fill. Okay, and then we'll have to see once we get back here to this halfway back. All right. So there we go. We're just Monday. We're not, we don't have a big idea of the trend yet for the week. All right. So we will see going into the morning. Now we're inside those 30. All right. Now, if we get inside of these 20, right, then we've got that 75% chance or so, 75% chance of that gap filling. Okay. Outside of this 30, right, that will mean that the VIX has bounced more than likely, and we're going to roll out of that away from the fill. Yes, Edward. Yep. April 1st. Yep. No, I'm not. I thought that was one. No, sorry. April 10th. The April 1st one is way down here. So that's down there. But yeah, there's this new, sorry, I should have said that. There's this extension of an extension right here. That's how much of a divergence there is. This is what the VIX traded. Get up there. There we go. That's what the VIX traded. Right? See how the massive divergence. So yes, my apologies. There is April 10th highs to highs. Yep, there we go. Yeah, you got it right, Ed. Yep. I just hadn't extended that one yet. Yep, that's down here. So I misspoke. Please forgive me. All right, that's April 10th at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. Highs to highs. Okay? All right. Okay, everybody good? It's all about the VIX at that pullback, right? No matter what, all this fancy stuff we talk about, it's just about this right here. We'll see if we get down there. If we do break this, right, if we get here, okay, before the ES gets to its gap fill and we bounce, we're not going to fill the gap. Okay? They would be, Ed, so I'm glad you're here. You didn't say anything about the new glasses I'm wearing, Ed. I figured you would be the one to say that. Right? I wouldn't say new glasses. I would say I had to pull the old ones out because the ones I usually wear, right, when I'm talking to you guys, Tamika, I thought of you yesterday when this happened because it's just typical. So I'm sitting there and I go to pull my glass. I was looking at something and I go to pull my glasses off and the side just fell off, just fell off. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, what? I'm like, all right, I guess that's what we're doing today. Yeah, didn't break them, didn't do anything, just pulled them off and the side just fell off. Like, all right, that's what we're doing today, I guess. So anyway, so I got to go get some new ones. All right, these are the old ones. All right. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, these are dollar store. I'm not ashamed to say this. I buy all the glasses because I don't use them unless I'm looking at charts. I buy them all from the dollar store. No problem saying that because I go through, because they just, things happen, right? We lose them, we sit on them, we leave them somewhere, whatever. I'm not nearly responsible enough to spend a bunch of money on reading glasses, right? Well, thanks, Jim Bob. I appreciate that. So these have lasted longer than any of them, probably because I don't use them very often. And I don't have a chance to break them or them fall apart. I broke my blinds too. It's been all over the place. The blinds here are the type that you have to, I hate this. They don't have the string to pull them up and down. You have to push them up and pull them down. Well, last night, I can't believe the things that happened to me. So I'm going to pull the blinds down and the right side just, so now I've got these blinds that I'm looking at. Like it's been a heck of a weekend. Glad the weekend's over before I really hurt something. I hurt myself. So anyway, yeah, it's just stuff happening around me. Beware. If I said I'm single. Anyway, what were we on? All right, so there's the ES. We're watching the VIX in this pullback, right? All right, so NASDAQ, same thing. All right, there's the NASDAQ. All right, that's the 10th, April 10th, highs to highs. That's down here. And there's that pullback. All right, there's that pullback off the highs, just like the ES. So we'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide. VIX bounces, we're going to roll out of there. VIX falls through that long and makes that larger pullback, then we can continue to squeeze higher until the VIX finds support. Okay? Every time I hear somebody say that, a real case of the Mondays, I think of Office Space. Well, I think you'd get your ass kicked if you said that. All right. So there we go. NASDAQ's exact same setup as the ES. Okay. Now, moving on to the YM. YM, a little bit different. Okay. There's that high. It's actually on the 9th to highs. That didn't break. Okay. But it's made that pullback already. See how much weaker the YM is than the ES and the NASDAQ? It's already made that pullback. Let me, even if I draw this right. There we go. All right. And there's that short from highs. There we go. All right. You can see, again, ES and NASDAQ are right here. YM's down here. Okay, it's just weaker right now. So we'll see. But remember, the YM and the Russells think bank, right? They're the most sensitive to banks movements. So bank opens up and makes that pullback that it's got. We're going to see some weakness, definite weakness on the YM and the Russells especially. Okay? All right, now moving on to the Russells. All right. There's its pullback. All right, from the 8th. Isn't that funny? The Russells is the 8th, YM's the 9th, and the other two are the 10th. All right, so from the 8th to highs, there's the pullback right there, and there's its short. All right, so again, we'll watch the VIX, watch bank. All right, as we get into the morning. There we go. Just like that, don't sleep on the Russells. If bank continues to take off, right, we'll see some Russell strength. If it rolls over, right, it's going to drag those guys down. Okay, so there's VIX Bank and the indices. Any questions? Oh, VIX is starting to get a reaction here. Now, this thing is moving like a suit of armor today, isn't it? Clunk, 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 if it had a noise. But you can see we're starting to get a reaction. We'll see. Yep, and there it is. There it is on the ES. All right. Any questions? VIX Bank indices? Oh God, I'm watching myself on replay do the blind thing. Sorry, but you guys had to see that. All right. Good. Okay. Bitcoin, big development. All right. Big development on Bitcoin. Remember where we are. All right. Here's that pullback. Thank you, Niner. I'm talking on walkie-talkies. From our highs of the year to lows of the year, right? January 14th to our lows. Okay. That's that pullback we've been waiting on. All right. And we broke long setups. I could go on and on with that, Ed. All right, so the series we were in, okay, coming off of these lows, there was number 1, there was number 2, there was number 3, and here was number 4 as we were pulling into that resistance, right? Get up there. All right, number 4 broke. Right? We just broke our series of longs at a short setup. So we squeezed all the way into the short and broke the longs. So what we're watching for, ding, 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 all right, is this highs to lows. There we go. All right, we'll see if we can get any more squeeze up there. So the only thing that could really get in the way now to the downside would be all the way halfway back. Okay, and you can see we can make a pullback before we get here. All right. Put that back on there. See how that worked? Right? Long, 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 long. Hit the greater resistance. Longs break. Here's the first short after a trend break. All right, there's the first short after a trend break right there. Pretty exciting stuff. like to see it get just a little bit more, but we'll take what we can get. All right. No, Edward. All right. So there's Bitcoin. That's just what we've been waiting on. All right. We'll see if we start our next big old leg down. Remember, ultimate targets are down at 33.5. Okay. All right. Crude oil. Okay. Now, obviously, a lot of geopolitical stuff going on, but here's crude oil. Remember, this is WTI. This is West Texas. All right. This is the Western oil. We had these pullbacks, and then this extension broke. All right. That extension broke. That's what we were watching because we went through this target. So we've got two possibilities now. We go down in a series. All right. We'll see on that pullback. And here's our halfway back. All right, there's our halfway back. Yeah, up there. Okay, now why is this so important? Well, obviously we can trade crude oil, but its effect on the indices, right? It's been having obviously a negative impact, or an inverse correlation to the indices, right? So if we see crude oil roll over here, that should, if we continue, now this isn't normal, right? What we've been in the past month or two, but we'll watch to see what kind of reaction the indices have to that. All right, now that's West Texas, right? This is the Western, the US stuff. All right, now when you go to the Eastern stuff, all right, this is Brent. Get up there. There was our pullback. That one broke, remember? It was a little bit sloppy. So it never hit its target, right? So this highs to lows broke. See that? Right there. So we're going to have to really watch here. And the reason we're watching this one, I don't trade this, but if this thing starts to lift off eventually, come on, there we go. If this thing starts to lift off now, right, then more than likely we're going to see a big headwind against the indices, and we don't want to be on the wrong side of that. All right. So just it doesn't move tick for tick, right? We're just watching the overall trend. So isn't that interesting that the Eastern oil and the Western oil are a little bit different here? Okay. Because if you look at a map, it looks like the Gulf of America is like the new Marathon station. If you look at a map of where the tanker ships are going, it's kind of funny. It looks like everybody's pulling in to get gas. So we'll see. Obviously, a ton of geopolitical stuff going on, right? That could affect this. But I just want to point that out to you guys, right? So we'll see. I mean, there could be this counter trend long here too on crude, on WTI. We'll see. All right, but you can see it's in more of a downtrend. This move is what Brent broke. All right, so just interesting for you guys that like to geek out on that. All right, again, how does this affect us? Well, we can trade crude oil, right? But number two, the inverse correlation, we'll see if it continues on the indices. Okay. All right, now gold and silver. It's like, come on. So gold, now this is being affected by the dollar. Get up there, where's gold? All right, here's this massive short that I don't know why I'm getting frustrated with it. We know it's going to get hung up, right? Probably for a while. This is halfway back on the year, January 29th to lows. We know we're going to get hung up here, right? So here's that long that we were in. Okay, there's that short where we're getting hung up. All right, from our lows on the 12th, it is, Tamika, right? We just want it to get through, especially silver too. From our lows on April 12th to our highs, remember we had this pullback. We dipped into this high. We had never officially gotten down here. We traded a 38.2, but we had never lit the fuse right here. Now we finally did. We dropped right into it and ripped away. Okay, so that's what we're watching right now. Now, what does gold have to do? Well, funny you should ask, I'll tell you. We got to get through this opposing move for any chance. Right? So we traded the long, awesome, ripped away from it, and now we're inside the opposing move. So there's your battle. So we break this, there's a good chance we could buy pullbacks. That's all we're waiting on is confirmation of the trend so we can buy pullbacks. Right? Now that we've officially traded this, we'll see if we can get through here. If we can't, we can fall right back down, we can get stuck. But we know, and I'm talking to myself more than anything to not get frustrated, but we know it's going to get hung up here for a while. Right? We know that's going to be a big grind. Okay. We the other side of the coin, if we break this, we're making a much larger pullback. Okay. All right. On to silver. Silver. There's silver short, and it just didn't break. Okay. It hit a profit target before it broke at 61.8 and completely retreated off of it. So from our highs on March 1st to our lows, that's the short that silver hasn't broken. All right, to break this trend. So here's the long, right? We had this pullback and we hit the target. There's the target right there, and there's the 61.8. See, we were talking about this on Friday. We hit that target, and that stopped us from getting through. And there's all the profit taking. Now, we did break this next lows to highs. So we're just going to use this same anchor, new high, as our support level. Okay, so there's your little battle over the trend on silver. All right, so come on, guys, get moving. All right, so nothing too crazy yet. So moving on to the dollar. Now this is really interesting. Okay, DXY, which again, it's not the dollar. It's just a bunch of different currencies in an index. Put this back on here. There we go. So from our lows of the year, highs of the year, January 26th to highs, that's the pullback we're in. All right, absolutely we are. Halfway back on the year. Now, inside of that, right, here's our next short from our highs on the 12th, April 12th to lows. And bam, we traded right against it, right? So this is showing, right, that we could roll over. More dollar weakness. That dollar weakness is a tailwind for the precious metals and the indices. Okay. Dollar strength, headwind. So we actually got up here and traded, but when we look at the euro, things look a little bit different. That's why we say the DXY can lie. Okay. So when we get to the actual currencies, if we're looking at dollar strength and weakness, here's the dollar yen. It's been in this extension long from February 20th, okay, to our highs, March 18th. All right, that's that pullback. We traded it again, and we've ripped away from it. Now, we don't want to get involved in the middle of this, obviously. But if this does continue higher, dollar strength, we roll back over dollar weakness. There could be a little small little longs here off of lows that could lead us higher. Haven't even really traded them yet, but we don't really want to get involved in the middle of that. It's a rattlesnake country, right? So, but if we do lift off dollar strength. Now look at the euro. Okay, here was its next long. All right, see that? That was the next long setup that we know about. Okay, so the euro did break. All right. Now, the kicker is when you combine that with what happened here. What is it doing that? Don't do that. All right, here's the larger time frame on the euro. We broke that short right there. So what do we know about that? Normally when we, trade support, break the short, we draw the long. Right? So on the larger time frame, we've got a pullback. That's a juicy long right there on the euro, by the way. That is a juicy long on the euro. Okay. So even though we broke trend on the smaller moves, there'd be nothing surprising about this pullback. Right. So there's that long. All right. And if these hold, we could trade counter trend back down into that support level. All right, so might definitely be some opportunities here Opportunities here on the euro. So if we break these 118.02s, then we ran into something else. All right, let's see where that 38.2 is. There we go. So we've even got that too. Room down to this 38.2. Okay. So that's what we're looking at. So that would be a pretty sweet deal if we got up here, maybe dipped into a high, 1 hour bar closed red, right? And see if we can start this trend at least down to this target, possibly down here. But again, the kicker is that'd be dollar strength. Okay, that'd be dollar strength. That'd put a headwind against precious metals in the indices. All right, so we'll see when we get up here. Like I said, if we break and take off, then we ran into something else or it was news driven. All right. Okay, so that's where we are. What do we got going here? VIX, nope, still no break. Oh, getting a little squeeze. That little move down on the VIX, getting a little squeeze higher. There's those 20 points, guys. Right now, we don't want to chase it, but there's those 20 points, 71, 41, 50. All right, so remember, between the 20 and 30, which is where we are right now, is about a 50-50 shot. There's no edge, right? There's no edge, unless, obviously, if we see the VIX keep falling. But we'll see if we can squeeze above. See those 20 acting as resistance, right? So we'll see if we get above those going into the open or when we open. Okay, and all that, remember, this gap fill, right, is dependent on this thing keep falling through here. Okay, if we see this thing turn green and start to lift off, and we're not going to make it. All right, and we're going the other way. All right, thanks, Edward. All right, any questions, anybody, or anything you might have missed? Want to see again? All right. Yes, Ed, I had to creak open the wallet and buy new glasses. Yes, I know. Actually, I had to spend money this week on stuff. I was like, man. All right. Okay, NWO, cool. All right, everybody good? All right, good deal, guys. Remember, we're in the clear for econ news. We don't have any econ news this morning, but you know, obviously, any tweet could come out at any time. So thanks, Ms. Tamika. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, everybody. See y'all.
Thanks, Aaron. All right. Sounds good, everybody. We are going to be back for live trading. We're going to have Fuzz and Lady Leverage on to trade live with us today. So make sure you guys stick around for that. It's 8:53 here, so we got 37 minutes to market open. Make sure you're prepared, ready to go. Got your game plan down. Got your mentals in the right place to have another great week. Let's do it. See everybody in just a little bit. Frank the Tank. Frank the Tank. Good morning, everybody. Waiting for Fuzz and Karen to join me still, but decided to come live here. So I'm looking through a few names this week. Keeping an eye on Apple this morning. Anybody have any names that they're watching at open today? All right. I need to know market risk. Oil prices rose, pushing U.S. equities interests east. They're down in the prospects for peace talks ahead of the ceasefire deadline. No. I'm a senior Iranian official. Yo, good morning. How's it going? What up? Going good, going good. I was cracking up at your the reel of you singing. That was great. That was good. I like that.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing that. And I was like, I saw the sound, and I was like, that's a good one. So, I'm glad it's chilly there too, because it was
Yeah, dude, it's cold
it was
here.
cold this morning. Good lord. It's been like 80 and 90 degrees here, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, here's some cold.
Yeah, that's exactly how it was for us. It was market open here. It was, oh man, Apple didn't even see if it gives me
40
level.
something degrees this morning.
Yeah, brutal. We have like a freeze watch tonight. Like 28 is the low.
Ring a ding a dong. All right, we're opening right at Friday's value area low. We'll let them open up.
Yeah, I wanted Apple to give us a spike into 269.71 here, which it just held pre-market, but unfortunately it kind of took off. Didn't. I would have preferred we opened above, spiked into it lower first, and then looked to pop.
I do like the idea of shorts here.
This is the area. Yeah, I got a little level kind of rejection going on the Qs and ES.
I definitely like the idea here because we've had such a great run up, and then Friday we didn't have the strongest close, and we have a little bit of a P shape on the volume profile. So all this low volume area from Friday can be ate into, so to speak. So that's kind of what I'm watching here, especially since we're opening right here at the volume area low. Although, they did make progress overnight. We were down, what, like 0.8%. We're now only down 0.2. So they put in some work overnight for sure, trying to shake off the whole
Mm-hmm.
closure. And then from what I saw, Iran has opened up some airports at this time. So this back and forth is just
Yeah,
silly.
still some uncertainty.
It's like, can we shake it off again? Can we? Huh?
I mean, we have been so far.
Mm-hmm. So far.
Watching 26,771s here on NQ.
Mm-mm-mm. Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, man, it was good. It was my son's 5th birthday
Oh, happy birthday.
last week, and so we had a party at our house.
Woo.
So it was a busy weekend, just getting the house ready to host all the family and friends, that kind of thing. But so it was a busy week. It was a good weekend.
Nice. I see you're watching Apple there.
Yeah, I actually just tried a little bit. We didn't get the level test intraday, but it's showing some nice strength out of the gate.
Yeah, she was great for me last week.
Yeah,
Real
I
good.
took some of the 275 calls for this week, and I'm in at 42. They already got a quick pop. They're up to 56. So unfortunately, I didn't really get to. That's 33% already. I didn't really get to alert that one out, but I like NQ's reaction to the level I have here, and we're trying to get back above the open. ES showing a little bit more relative strength. No, hasn't put in a red bar at all. It's where NQ put in that 2-minute red bar initially.
Yeah, Dow's looking good too.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like we're doing okay. Just finished the first 5-minute bar. And we're still right at Friday's value area low, so
Yeah. Yeah, ES still has a little bit of room if it would want to fill the gap. I think we opened just out of the 20 points, though. Oh, nice. Up 65% on the Apple calls already. It's a nice entry.
nice. Let's go. She's a killer queen. Guaranteed to blow your mind.
Wow, I really thought I was going to hit the high note, and I had something in my throat. It did not go that well. And it's dude, I used to have a good high pitch. I'm losing it.
That was great.
Oh, that was rough. Gotta clip that one up.
All right. I'm trying to boogie woogie. That's what I meant to do this weekend. I knew I was forgetting to do something. I meant to build out a new grid.
Oh yeah.
And
By the way, I don't think you're sharing your screen. By the way, you saying that just made me realize that.
That would help. Button.
So this is an area of interest. If we would have gotten the entry on Apple a little bit lower, down around like the 270 area, this would have been definitely like kind of PT1, this level that we're at now. Ideally, I'd like us see to run into 275s this week. We'll see if we can keep the strike today, but we'll see. We're at a level here on Apple for me at 272.77.
Guaranteed. Yep. All right, so far they're doing okay right here. Yeah, we could get that gap fill, especially how strong futures are. But I'm still trying to let these things open up. I feel like I could go either way still.
Agreed. Oh, why it's not letting me put your... It's not loading your chart. I mean, it looks good on the back end side of things, but then... But I'm trying to load it into OBS. It's not coming up. 80% on the Apple calls here, chat.
Attaboy.
Yeah, buddy. 42 to 76 here. What has happened?
What it is.
See,
Guaranteed to my mind. All right. Let's see. I don't think I'm going to draw a put here. Risky business since it's still getting started.
Morning, Jada.
Jada. Do.
I don't know why, dude. You're, for whatever reason, your chart just ain't coming up.
128. I got short. Fridays. No.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We'll have to figure it out. But
let's go.
In the meantime, if there's anything you want to talk about, I need to show the chart. I can just pull it up.
Let's see. I did take a short on SPY. 708 for $1.28. We're at a new low a day, so I'm probably going to take some off here. Keep this order going. Let's trim that mini. SPY 708 put 153. Shed. New low here. I cannot type worth to save my life today.
You gotta get like the voice transcribe. I bet you could do that. Like get a button if you had like a stream deck or something where you just like press a button and it would like just dictate to Discord.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's probably something out there. All right, push back up.
Beautiful girls all over the world. They got nothing on you, baby. They got nothing on you, baby.
All right, we came all the way back up to VWAP, and so far rejected.
We got a little resistance at the level here on Apple, like was potentially expected, but got this little area of levels here at 271.95 and then 272.77. And currently we got like the rejection of the upper level came back, seeing a little support here off the lower level on a 2-minute pullback. So with the market pulling back a bit, I mean, it hasn't gone much of anywhere. Apple's still showing some relative strength, so still in this, although they did go from 80% back to break even real quick. So the cons are moving, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're bouncing, aren't we? NASDAQ kind of dancing. Dow still looks the strongest.
Yeah, it does. RTY looks solid as well. Holding up its strength. Good morning, Karen.
Hello. Gotta have the coffee.
Coffee does sound good. It's a little chilly out there this morning.
But no.
All right, I am out. I gave a little bit back just because I wanted to see where this candle was going to move. Might get back in depending on how this goes. Nothing on you, baby.
Got that stuck in your head now.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just kind of bouncing here after you want. Let's see. All right, there we go. Still having some trouble
tricky.
here.
It's
Yeah,
a little tricky. I was just looking yesterday. I got an alert that I spent $127 at Panera, and I'm like, interesting, because I'm still in bed, so I don't know how that happened.
Oh no.
I was like, I canceled the Apple Card, and I just saw they gave me my money back. I'm like, that's nice, but how do they take it? Unless like, it's not like I physically take the Apple Card at Panera. I usually order online.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's kind of freaky. I'm like, oh, okay. And then my friend was telling me she went to Puerto Rico, used her debit card, and apparently it happened in the hotel that like 2 weeks later she saw money taken out of her account. I was like, oh, that's
Man,
why
they
I
try
don't
to
use
slow
debit
play it
cards.
too. They gave it a couple weeks.
Yeah, I don't use debit cards when I travel because once they
Smart.
have it,
Yeah, I was in Aruba one time using a debit card, and every purchase that I was making was getting charged to me twice.
Oh,
I looked at my. I'm like, why am I going through my money so quickly? What is happening?
you liked it so much you bought it twice.
Yeah. Interesting here. We got ES back above its open, looking a little stronger than NQ. The Dow and RTY are holding up pretty nicely. Bank is strong. VIX is still at its lows. But NQ kind of lagging a bit behind.
Still an interesting level. Yeah, Dow's definitely the stronger one.
Dow.
Let's see if it lets me add Karen's chart.
What did I just do? Oops.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Oops.
Let me check the other screen. What do we have? Amazon. Amazon may be good for a downside. Let's see. Meta was under the 200.
Well,
NVIDIA.
Fuzz OBS said it's not me, it's you. I don't know. They like hearing screen work, but I don't know why it shows on your
That's what
like,
it is.
on the chart. Like there's like a on the back end on my thing. I see this thing that's it says like video packet loss indicator. A video preview. Green is good. Red is bad. Flame implies CPU is overloaded. And your chart has shown as being like orange or red a lot of the time. So I don't know if it's
Really?
just
That's
like
not happening to me.
No, it's not currently.
Like I have like
I swear
2%
it's happened
off.
before. It happens with Jordan the most, but he moved now and he's moving into a new place, so hopefully he'll have better internet there. Or I think it could be computer like computer space too, like the CPU, how bogged down your computer is. Like I don't know if it's just internet connection. Like I think it could be that because it says flame implies CPU is overloaded.
Let me look.
Which I have no idea what you're trading or what you're using, but obviously like the trading platform, streaming, all that stuff like starts to add up.
Yeah, but that's interesting.
You haven't. It hasn't given any issues before. Shiny is green now, so it's like. Let's try to. The Q's just spiked new lows there.
That was a nice little pop, though. I am short again on the SPY.
Oh, look, it is over here now. Look, it's back.
Very ballsy of me.
Wow. NVI 4 weave now. Do it. I don't want to take Amazon short, but I see support. I don't know what to take because 1 minute I'm like, oh, calls. Then I'm like, oh, wait, puts. Now I'm like, maybe puts again.
Duck season, rabbit season.
Yeah. Yeah, we're a little all over the place. Some names look decent, some look not so good. And Q with a little bit of relative weakness. Still holding my Apple calls. We're just flagging here.
Ticks are at 0. Dow Jones still looks a little like a flag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, NASDAQ a little wonky there.
Yeah, leading the way in the weakness. No data today.
Yay.
Let's see.
Tesla earnings on Wednesday. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Jim Cramer says moderate profit taking. That is all.
That is all.
Don't tell me that. That sounds bearish now.
Apparently, the Fed is going to be injecting $7.5 billion into the markets tomorrow.
Oh, what happened there?
Why are they doing that? You see something?
I don't know. Seems counterproductive on the whole.
Yeah, because if they're
wait
gonna
and see approach.
yeah. They're adding more money. Oh, and I think there's some inflation issues. I don't know how that's going to help.
And Jersey Mike's announced that they are going to be IPOing.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
they're all over the place, Jersey Mike's. It used to be by the beach. Now it's like, or the shore.
I love
Now
me
they're
a good
all
Jersey
over.
Mike's.
Mm-hmm.
All right, another pop here.
Excuse me. Oh my, I can't
Bless
take
you.
this
Bless you.
allergy season. Oh my goodness. I had to wash like all the cars. The pollen is so bad. Oh,
Yeah, the pollen has been rough this year.
oh.
It's rough down here too because we ain't got no rain, so it's just
There.
floating in the air.
Mm-hmm. Ugh. They're
We're
like
in
for
a major
asthma.
drought down here.
Oh,
It's
like
brutal.
asthma. They tell you to shower every time you go out. I'm like, well, that's not possible. So
I'm not doing all
shower.
that.
No, I'm like, yeah, I shower maybe once a day. Maybe once a day. We'll see.
Apple did just pop new highs there briefly. So reacting to the levels nicely. Let's see if it can get some follow through now that we're back above. If the market could join us, that would be nice to help get this going.
Oh, welcome. Okay.
Gone.
Okay.
Semiconductors running.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I may take that one for the other.
Software stocks up 1.3.
I don't like the DMI is not letting me.
Yeah, I got to be careful here.
I'm going to keep an eye on Qualcomm because I like it. And Apple, yeah, is pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, S&P looks like it's now trying to lead.
Yeah, it's right back up to its highs here. Although RTY also strong, currently making new highs. The NQ back into the level as well. All right, baby. Come on, Apple. Let's go, baby. Get him juicing. Get him juicing. I look to trim on Apple here. Trying to hold for the level if I can. We're at 85% here on those. These things have moved. They've gone from 85% to back to break even, back to 85%. And the chart hasn't gone all that much.
Yeah, I still have Apple for June. I'm going to get some Qualcomm for this week. The 138. For it's a bit of a spread though.
Looks like they're going to go for the gap fill. I went ahead and took off my puts there just to be safe. But we are trying to push through this, kind of shake off that weekend woes again. Let's see, can I don't know if I want to build that out right now. I'll have to do it later.
Net is also starting to move.
Yeah, software up 1.5%. Semiconductors are flattish.
610. Okay.
Q's back into the OP. SPY looking strong.
I got some
Yeah.
SPY for tomorrow.
You almost got that gap fill, which also takes you back to Friday's point of control.
Send me one too, Jada. I need some
Jada,
coffee.
She's sending coffee?
She just said I need a coffee. And I just said send one to me. I was just making it silly.
She's sending copies. No,
Get to the moon. All right, now what do we do? What do we want to do? What do we do?
yeah, what are we gonna do? Is right. But I got the calls for tomorrow, so I gotta. But there's some resistance here. Caramba.
Ay caramba.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, there's a customer in the Porsche coming in. Charge him double, Dad. Charge him double. Don't do it. 7160.
Mm-hmm. All right. Very strong. Kind of floating on the +2 standard deviation right now. Kind of built through this again. I'm gonna just sit on my hands right now.
Might try a little Q long.
I always forget that the Dow doesn't have 0 DTE. They only have weeklies.
They're old school.
They are old school.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good way to put it.
Neutral from that perform cut, sorry.
Try a little Q's here as well. Looks like some of the 0 day, the 649 strike.
Okay, let's go. Time to make some money.
Like even the IWM has 0 DTE, but not the Dow. What is the tick Q looking like?
It's going to try again the break, but if it doesn't, it probably won't. 52. Yeah.
Ooh, look at this candle.
Yeah. It has a 7152 as support, but we'll see. Sticky. You're not heating up, man. It's why I bought you. Send you back to Amazon.
You gotta get that cup I got. It's good. I tell you what.
No.
I tell you what.
Mhm.
Got another VWAP test here. But we've built up some volume around this zone, around the 709 area.
Just seems like Qualcomm could use. I know it had downgrade and all this, but they refused whatever. They were going to buy some company. They refused the whatever the pricing was. I think it has a chance to go up a little bit. 146, I would say, around there. Maybe.
I'm back in on the short side. I want to do a quick scalpy scalp. All over the world.
But they got nothing on you, baby.
Nothing on
you, baby.
And I do not know the rap part to that song, so I can't help you there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I got that part in me either.
Ave Maria.
Come on, guys. Hold it.
Hold the line.
Go to the news.
Trump will discuss nuclear weapons with Iran at discussion. Trump, when asked if Iran is doing talks, I don't know. Iran is supposed to be at talks. Trump tells PBS News, yeah, lots of news that tells PBS that lots of bombs are start going off if Iran ceasefire expires. Senior Iran official, positive efforts are underway by Pakistan to end the U.S. blockade, ensure Iran's participation in talks. Okay. That's good. What else? Let's see what this says. Greg Abel is shaking up Berkshire Hathaway portfolio. These stocks could be affected. What stocks? Combs had also previously revealed MasterCard and Visa were the first stocks he bought during. Okay. Why did that just change?
There's new highs on Apple again here.
She crazy.
Managers.
Yeah, news seems a little share.
These companies. America would should be. Oh, so they're getting, not that they're getting rid of Bank of America, but wasn't mentioned in the list for Berkshire. Apple, American Express, Coca-Cola, and Moody's. Yeah, why would American Airlines and United merge? That would not be good.
It is kind of funny that the market's open and they start like spitting out some like
Mhm.
positive news out
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, they're like, oh.
Oh.
Mm. Bank of America reiterates Amazon as a buy. Price target of 298. MP Materials, maybe those material stocks are making a comeback. And US Rare Earth at Outperform. A rating of $29 on US a Rare Earth. Microsoft as a buy. Now as a buy? Okay. NVIDIA, sticking with NVIDIA, Mizuho. Skyworks and Cuervo to Cuervo?
Cuervo. Jose.
Not that Cuervo.
Oh.
A different Cuervo. Good Skyworks. Let's see. Downgrading Skyworks. Ooh. Jeffries upgrades Ulta to buy from hold. Ecolab. Okta. Barclays upgrades Okta to overweight from equal weight. Guggenheim initiates Serve Robotics. Northland initiates quantum computing as Outperform. Bank of America reiterates Meta as a buy. And this is why I bought calls for tomorrow, because I knew we weren't going to move.
Yeah, it is a little choppy.
Mm-hmm. So where are we on hood? I haven't looked.
Might be a spread kind of day.
Yeah. 91. I won 100 on hood, but the ones that I got, I think these are the same ones that I posted. Let's see. Okay, hood.
We're squeezing.
We squeeze? Oh, good.
Squeezing.
Keep on
Yeah.
squeezing.
So the hood that I did as a swing 618, I said the 80 strike. We're up 97% on that bad boy. 98 now. Boom. Oh, did I Qualcomm? Did I not put the right one in? Qualcomm. Oh, I meant 524. Right. No, wait, 4, right? January. April 24th. Am I looking at this wrong? This week's April 24th. Oh, wait, did I not? 138. What did I put? Yeah, 138. What did I do wrong? ¿Qué pasa?
What did you do?
I don't know. I thought I put it in Qualcomm calls. Looking at what I bought. 138. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Ulta. Buy to hold.
We went there this weekend.
Did you? Oh, I don't
How was that?
Expensive.
Yeah.
She had to go get some new hair product. All right.
Tesla below.
You guys back into its open here.
Short again. I took a quick scalp earlier, and now I'm trying to get some more.
They look valid.
So, just trying to play it.
Yeah, we'll see if this breaks 71.45, then I may. But I don't know, because 1 minute we're down, we're up, we're down, we're up.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait for the big one. There you go. See again, right at the. Oh,
Yeah, just kind of.
I don't know.
That is a wick, though. Yeah, we're
Chop suey.
big
Testing.
distribution area, that's for sure.
Testing our patience.
Yeah, chopperooski, Jada.
She's a witch. What are the balls saying? Oh,
Let me look at the balls. I was looking at Qualcomm's balls.
Qualcomm, yeah.
We are. We need to get above 71.60 and or below 71.45 on ES. If not, we're just chappy.
Choppy chop. All right.
Yeah. VWAP is at 71.45. We do nothing now.
Oh man.
Let's see, market watch.
Yeah, I think you start looking ugly.
Come on.
Well, NQ does have support though, but if we break 730, that'll be a problem.
Let me see. Ooh. Ooh. Wing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Q's start to lose like 640, 650, she might have some fun to the downside. Let me see what is Friday.
One's going up, one's going down. Bank is going up. VIX is.
VIX has got a little pop here. It hasn't gone crazy.
Yes. Yes. Do it. Do it.
Don't do it, bounce. Bouncy, bouncy.
I'm with Karen.
I like
Apple got a little pullback, but it's holding up.
10% on the Q Qualcomm ones. Kind of even me out here.
You can't have one without the other.
Yeah. One up, one down.
Trump says gas prices will fall when the war with Iran ends.
Oh my gosh, man.
I don't think they're that high, to be honest with you. I mean, right here they are. I filled up yesterday for $3.25.
Oh,
What are you
I'm still at
driving, Fuzz?
$2.99.
Oh, $3.25 a gallon.
Yeah, $3.25 a gallon.
I was,
Yeah,
I was like, you drive like an 18-wheeler, bro? $325.
it's my diesel truck. No, yeah, if it was my, yeah. we got a group of, I guess they're
Okay.
teenagers or something around here. They drive squatted trucks, and it's the most hilarious thing.
Really, like, so really low.
Yeah,
That's funny.
yeah, they got their back end like squatted.
How do you not like?
Always causing a ruckus.
Yeah, how do you not like dent the bottom of it if it's that low?
Q's looking a little soft.
Mm-hmm.
Q soft, Dow strong.
Mm.
Pain in the arse here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Hold it a little bit longer, but if it starts going through that VWAP, I'll have to cut it. Come on, Trump, give us a good tweet. Oh, here it is. And you say Israel
that's
never.
what I was
Talk about timing here.
Dang, all right,
see.
Karen.
Israel never talked me into the war with Iran. The results of October 7th added to my lifelong, opinion that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Did I watch and read the fake news, pundits and polls in total disbelief? 90% of what they say are lies and made up stuff. This is not going to help us,
No,
Mr.
yeah,
Trump. Just like the results in Venezuela, which is the media doesn't like talking about the results in Iran, will be amazing. And if Iran's new leader regime might change or smart, Iran can have a great and prosperous future. President DJT. That's not going to help us right now. We need the
we need
war's
more
over.
than that.
That's what we need.
Tweet something like Iran has joined America as the 51st state. We're homies now. Ugh.
That's not helping us.
It didn't kill us though, Karen. It didn't kill us.
No, it didn't kill us, but
Didn't kill you, no.
I'm like, it touched the VWAP right when I was like, yeah, I'll get out if it goes below, but it touched it. I was thinking it looks like a descending kind of wedge, but yeah, okay, let's go with that theory. It's working. Qualcomm is about to hit its first orb.
Today's one of those days where it's like you think to yourself, oh, should I just close this? And then you think, oh, maybe I should just average in. Oh, should I just close this? Oh, maybe I should just average in. It can do that to you. With the chop.
What is Heisenberg talking about today? Maybe that'll entertain me. It's not entertaining. Car now has the highest daily RSI in the entire stock market. No one else. Really? Let's take a look.
What is Rocket Lab up to?
80. Yeah, Rocket Lab, I had an alert earlier. Then I got distracted. Yeah, yeah. I like it. What else does this guy say? SPX, the last two times the daily RSI was this high, we saw a negative 2% and negative 3.5% drop, near term peak to drop. But that was about that was about it before stock started to grind higher again.
U.S.-Iran talks are planned for Wednesday in Pakistan.
Wednesday, okay. Oscar, CEO with the massive 12 million insider buy today. That was last week. Check out Oscar.
It used to be a good name not too long ago.
Oscar. Where's Oscar? Oops. More coffee. I can't spell. Oscar. Oh, well, it's holding the 200 nice. Yeah, so like, I think Jada needs to send us coffee.
Yeah, where you at, Jada?
Hurry up.
My stomach's growling. I'm hungry. I need a nice pop on the market here. Just buy myself some breakfast.
See, Oscar. Let's see, Rocket Lab going out end of the year or something. Let's see if it pays. You see May 1st. There's not that much. There's open interest, but there's some from June, the 100 level. July? No, July. No contenders. What do you mean I'm not a contender? June. All right, so for 900, do I want to spend that much? Or May? About the same price. Yes. They got a price target upgrade from 90 to 105. Wall Street bets stocks mostly lower markets at AST space to fall, Marvell to rise. Roth Capital maintains buy and Rocket Labs 100. That's a nice candle, 4 hour. Ding.
Still squeezing.
Trying.
Put an alert up here so when it does. Qualcomm is forming a little flag. Maybe I'll take some off though. There's nothing in. Oh yeah, 137.67. If that doesn't hold, all right, I'm gonna take a little off on Qualcomm.
Need Apple to break these 274s.
Q's still not really with the program, it seems like.
Mm-hmm.
Da, 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 da. Back to VWAP.
Alright, so I took one off there in Qualcomm. Damn it, why? We had something there. I thought we were something. I guess not. Thought we were something special.
I almost feel like no one wants to really sell right here, but no, that's a big kind of no one also really wants to buy after the run we've had.
I really thought we were something. We were going places. I guess
Good
not.
outside bar.
Where does that leave us now? Kia Spy. I need to find someone else.
Don't worry, they'll probably bounce it.
Okay. Okay, another tweet, Mr.
Back at the
DJT.
lows, friend Q.
You got that nice bell curve on the profile.
Nothing. What's Mr. Trump's schedule today?
Okay,
That's something. What I don't like this time is that the 921 are closer together, which usually means it's pointing into the direction we're going in. We just need another candle to save it, but if not, down we go.
Yeah.
The VIX took off. Bank is still going.
Ooh, come on.
71.48 had the hold, and then we have VWAP at 71.46. It's holding the 50 here.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah. The support's coming in, but we'll see.
Ooh.
Yeah. See if they have enough to push it back up. Can you give me 1 minute? Where is it?
Ranged Scalper's Delight.
Mm-hmm.
Let's ease is turning a little bit more negative.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to will it.
Bummer.
Dun, 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 dun. And they keep trying to hold it, don't they?
Whole lot of nothing burger today. Karen, I think you might have muted yourself. I don't know if you're still talking to somebody or talking to us.
Dow's starting to trip a little bit.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry. I
You're
was,
good. You're good.
oh, yeah. What's happening?
Trip
It's
and
like
fall.
teetering on my support. No.
Jada's taking forever with that coffee.
Mhm.
Is she okay? Do we need to go check?
Mhm. Let's go to our first hourly close. ES and Q, pretty different looking hourly, boys.
All right, I
There
gotta
we
cut
go.
this. Yeah.
I'm trimming. I'm taking a trim.
Does it
Finally.
bounce here though?
Probably.
That little candle. I hit the 200. That's what I wanted to see on the NQ. Wait. Give me 1 second. I have to call my. I've been having an issue with my aunt and the. Oh, it's always an issue. And the.
Yeah, you're
Let me not
good.
get into it.
Do whatever you
Okay,
gotta
let me
do.
call real quick.
All right. That was fun. Can we get some more? Still in this big like distribution area. Yeah, that'll work. Come on. Give me a new low. Give me a new low. I beseech thee. Where are we at on yesterday's profile? Man, it's close. They gotta hold it or we drop.
Yeah, that 7140 is holding now. Come on, hold the line. I mean, it has to bounce up to hit that 9 before we figure out. Come on, bouncy up. You know you want to.
Slow melts right now.
LeBron James.
Okay, and this is where we watch. If it rejects here at the 9, then I would add more and play it down. I don't know if I'm going to be fast enough to get out and go in and post it all, but just to let you know. $71.50. this is at 7150-ish. Yeah. If this resistance holds it. I do see that support, but technically, if I wasn't looking at book map, I'd say it's coming into that and then coming down further, but because we're not above the 9 yet now. So I wouldn't get out of puts yet. I mean, take your gains, but I wouldn't get out.
Yeah, I took some off there.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm just trying to hang on for a little bit longer.
Hang on. Oh, what is my amp doing?
You have to start a new series, Chronicle of Karen's Aunt.
Yeah, I'm
Chronicles.
watching her. Jesus. Somebody. So the toilet got stuffed up again, so the people had to go and fix it, and then they couldn't do it normally, so they took the toilet off, and now I can't drop her off at home because you can't sit on it for 24 hours. And knowing her, what's this? Oh, let me move. Oh, I don't know. The toilet just broke, so I have to keep her here now. The struggle, but at least they unclogged it.
Yeah, that's good. There's one positive.
Yeah, one's positive, but now I'm gonna watch her all day. So we'll see how that goes.
Stop using ICT terms. I don't use ICT terms, do I?
Yeah.
What did I say it was ICT?
So I'll leave it right. I don't remember Fuzz saying any ICT term either.
That 50% on SPY is where the 21 is.
I said distribution.
Uh,
That's not an ICT stole that term. Along with everything else that he came up with.
See what I mean? It went
See what I
right.
mean,
Didn't
man?
even go. Yeah, it didn't even go to the 9. I went right to the. Yeah, actually did. It touched it.
Touched
It
the big
raised it. Yeah. All right. Well, the resistance went away, so we just need a nice push.
Ooh, come on. Do it. Yes.
That's one big ball, but
That's the Q's dropping there. Come on. I might as well take a shed here. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Okay, good.
oh shoot. All right. I didn't mean to get stopped out and it stopped me out. Dang it. It was a maybe. I must have just hit the. All right. All right. Dang it.
All right, I'm just milking a remainder here.
Yeah, the 7140 has to hold. If not, then that's a cut for. I didn't mean to cut it, but 71, yeah, has to hold.
Someone in chat, in the stock chat, said laughs and bear.
Laughs and bear.
Yeah, I wonder what a bear laugh sounds like. Where's one of those AI models that
Oh,
you can
laughs
make
and
sounds
bear.
with?
Is she back? No.
Ooh, come on. Where are we at now on the profile? Oh, yeah. Come on down to 706. Actually, about 707.5 would kind of be the start of it.
3/4.
That at? Close, yeah.
It's not
We're filling
breaking the
out
low.
Friday's low nodes. Yeah, I think I'd be happy with that.
Hims is green. It looks like. What else is here? All right, come on now.
Poker face.
You know what? Give me a minute. I just don't want her to stuff up our bathroom here. Hang on, I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry.
That's so. I'm watching this kind of build out. See, on Friday's profile, we had this low volume node area. We've had some distribution today. We finally started to crack, and you're starting to build some of this out from Friday. So they still have a good opportunity to try to milk this out some more. So right now I'm just kind of playing defense on my remaining cons. Let's see, it's still a little bouncy here. We're still we're a little below the -2 standard deviation of VWAP. The squeeze has triggered to the downside, which is good. Bigger picture, though, obviously it's counter trend, so you just gotta. That's why it's risky to kind of play the downside.
I hate to leave you solo here for a second, Fuzz, but I gotta step away for just a minute.
You're good. You're good. I will talk about sweet nothings. Yeah, so now you're getting a little bit more of a bounce here. Let's see where they want to bounce it hard, or if we're going to reject. 708.60 is where the -1 standard deviation is. It'd be nice to kind of ride that -1, -2 to the downside to kind of fill this profile out from Friday. I'll get rid of this white line here because that doesn't do anything for me right now. The red thick line right here, that's today's point of control. Which you don't really need that red line. You can just look at the profile and see where the most volume's been traded. SPY is currently at 12% of its 30-day average volume. Nothing too crazy. A little bit of a shift on the squeeze histogram, where that momentum is starting to slow down. So like I said, just kind of playing defense on the remaining cons. Nothing crazy. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. All right, we're kind of right here at the -1 standard deviation. See what they want to do. I'm going to go ahead and put a sell order in just in case we decide to drop, because I don't want to give anything back. And there it is. I got stopped. All right. I got stopped out on those last two. I didn't want to give anything back. I think puts could probably still work. I might eat my words for trying to do that, because we didn't quite come back to VWAP, which is at about 709, which practically lines up to that point of control. If I got back in, I'd probably want to go small. Yeah, let me go. Let me go halvesies. Oh yeah. Of course. Look at that. Look at that shit. Wow. Okay, well, that was fun. I got back in and back out just like that. Jada, there you go. Look at that move. So that's what we were talking about. That was nice. That was nice. That is what we were talking about. Bulls needed to hold that level. We had this nice little pop back up to, I mean, it was close to VWAP, but then they just shot us down. That's got to be a news candle. Let me see. Trump says highly unlikely that he extends the ceasefire with Iran. So that was our news. Just pretty much happened right with our technicals. So I kind of wish I went heavier on that re-entry, but it is what it is. All right, so now do I want to be?
I am back.
Well, you missed the flush.
Oh no. Oh wow. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I knew it. It's
Okay.
when that 921 gets together and we can't get above the 9. I just knew it was a retest into that down. Yeah.
I'm gonna go. You had some. It was a news candle. That
News.
happened right with technicals, so it was kind of funny.
Of course it did. They time it. What was the news?
They do.
He
Trump
can
said that he's not
extend.
gonna extend the.
Yeah, but that's okay. Damn, they knew it. I walk away. All right. Qualcomm. I saw that it hit 24% real quick. Let me see where that's at.
Taking another poke. It's gonna be risky, but I went half size. Nothing fancy. See how they wanna. They want to follow through. We're gonna go back up to the VWAP. Yep. Let me take some off here. I'll take that. I'll take the shed.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my Qualcomm because I don't want this to come down and I'll be pissed. Missed the drop on.
Take the scalp.
I'll take my 15-20% here and be safe. What is Netflix doing? Netflix too low.
Let's go. Nothing on you, baby. Choking on my own spit.
Oh gosh, what is that noise?
Okay. Everything good?
Yeah, no, but yes, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Okay.
They're. I got my office closed, so I don't know what the cats are doing. They were running around earlier. You can sound like a damn stampede going on outside.
You dumping the market on us, Fuzz?
Yeah, man. Yeah, that was like we mentioned earlier that they dumped it right when the technicals kind of aligned and that news scandal happened. So it's always fun when that happens.
Mm-hmm. I would have gotten into puts, but I saw that support. It sounds like, they're going to do it. But as soon as I got up, they took care of that. This is what I always see when it drops. I always say the dog in the leash has to come back. Here's the dog and here's the leash at the 9. Here it is again. It hit the 50. Oh, no, this is the 100. I knew it was going to come back. And sure enough, let's do the fib from here. Is it 50%? Yeah, pretty much 50. And that's where it rejected. Yeah. So now,
I'ma have myself a good time. I feel alive. And the world.
I was getting into that.
Yeah.
Now we both done that.
71.25 now. If that breaks,
Come on.
oh, it's where the is it? It's where the 300 is, more or less. No, leave me alone.
Hello, I love your pillow.
Yeah, I haven't pranked anybody in a while. I should. The people that call.
Yeah, there you go. That makes it for some good on-air content.
All right. I'll take my money and run.
Take his money and run.
It's my money and I need it now.
Good short, good short.
Nice little candle there. And again, it's just coming into the 9, so maybe this will. You don't get calls until you're above the 9. You could do a scalp from down to the 9, but not hold by and let's hope this goes up. The 21 is way up here still.
Yeah, 2-minute candle fading already. Flipped red.
You play some futures and see. Maybe that's what I'll do.
All right. Yeah, I'll get them to pose. You just want the cats? You want the dogs?
The whole family.
How many animals do you have?
5.
5.
We did have 6. Like we tried to have a French bulldog, and sadly, he did not pair well with my other dogs. So we rehomed him.
That's a bummer.
So yeah, it is because that's it's one of our favorite breeds. And we tried. We did everything that we could, but it just didn't work out. So we had to, they were here first kind of thing.
Yeah. What are your other dogs? What breeds are they?
Shih Tzus.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, they're
all
so
of them?
cute.
Yeah, all 3 of them are Shih Tzus. We got our first girl from my aunt who was breeding. She is 9 years old now, and then a year and a half after we got her, we decided to get a boy.
Mm.
And then we bred them, and we had a litter of 4. We got rid of 3. We kept 1 because she was brindle, which is
Ooh,
rare
nice.
for Shih Tzus.
Okay.
So we kept her. So got the 3, and then after that, we fixed our boy. We decided not to stud him out or anything like that. So we've been talking about adding a snake.
I think you might have mentioned that actually one day.
I don't know if we're gonna actually do that, but we've talked about it.
Is there like a type of snake that you would get? Do you know?
Some kind of python.
Yeah.
Here's another move lower.
A
Q's still
python?
weak.
Really? Okay.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah, Q's just tagged new lows there. ES hasn't yet. The Dow's still holding up decent. Same with R2I.
The Palo Alto puts that I sold are up 32%. I'm gonna close it because I need the money for this other one that I want to do for this. What did I say? 32? Yeah.
Also, wouldn't mind a tarantula,
Oh no.
Tarantula.
but I don't know. They still kind of give me the heebie-jeebies, but kind of be cool. We do want some chickens.
Man, I tried chickens. I was not a big fan.
I would
Stinky.
love a goat.
Oh
Yeah,
my
they do
gosh.
smell. Yeah, chickens do smell. But
That's funny. I drove by a place. I guess it's a farm. I didn't know because it's houses. They had. I'm like, what is that? They had goats and a horse, rabbits and chickens on this little pen, and I'm like, the heck? I know we have a lot of farms here, but it's like I didn't expect that in the middle of houses. That was weird. So I guess I did find out that they have a turkey farm, so maybe that's why. But
turkey
it's like,
freaked me out.
yeah, like that explains it.
They live in trees for some reason. I don't know.
Do they? Oh, I was right about Amazon.
Yeah, they had
Turkeys?
Mm-hmm.
How do they get their fat ass up there?
New low on the Qs.
Oh no. I'm playing futures now, so that's why I'm quiet. I need to make my 500 a day here.
Yeah.
Hey, I can talk about farm animals all day.
Okay.
Oh,
Keep it coming till I hit 500. This one time.
My brother, he used to own fainting goats, and those were awesome.
Fainting goats?
Yeah, fainting goats. You scare them and they faint. It's like their
No.
it's their defense mechanism. Yeah, look them up.
That's wild.
They like their whole body locks up and they just fall over and play dead. And eventually, they'll snap out of it, but that's their defense mechanism.
That's so funny. It's coming down to this level. That's really funny. Yeah, looks like it's about to go.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, look at them balls.
Yeah, balls are falling. 275. Come on, I need a little bit more. Break it, please. Break it. The 21 level.
Where's the SPY gap at? 705.75.
20. It's coming. Oh, it's coming. It's coming in like a fury. Let's go. I wanted to hit 19. Can you hit 19 or maybe 20? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be that greedy. If it hits 20, that's 525 bucks. That would be my goal. 71, 20, 25. Why are we bouncing? Don't bounce. Don't bounce. Why are you bouncing? Right, turn around, turn around. Yeah, it's come down. No. Come on.
VIX still holding its highs. Bank is still holding up relatively decent as well.
Come on. We're going to go up, go up. Do something. I'm playing it up. Let's see if it goes 34.
When is this stock? I have. That's a name. That's a crazy. Okay, never mind.
I'm gonna try a little bit of the YM on futures and futures account on the long side.
I like it. I like it. I think more people should play the Dow on futures. It's slower, but it's in that aspect it's kind of safer,
Yeah.
and the cons don't move as, especially if you're doing like the minis. It's definitely more chill,
Mm-hmm.
and you got more room to work with if need be. So I'm a fan of that. So I'm glad you
Yeah, I do every now and then. If it's showing like a little relative strength and banks also holding up pretty decent.
Damn.
If one of them's gonna rally, I think it has a little bit of a better chance, but we'll see.
Damn. This is just one ridiculous. You got to take your money while you have it. That's for sure. You ever hit the 9 again? It can't get above the 9. That's not a good sign.
It said 9.
9, 9, 9.
What's energy up to today? Definitely want to keep an eye on energy in case I want to. I'm kind of torn between it because it's so headline driven. It's an idea that I'm toying with again. Healthcare looks like it's doing okay. Utilities are still okay. KNE's coming back to life. Dix looks good. And I saw that Adobe had some news that they were working with Google and Anthropic, which they should. They need to do something.
Yeah. I need to
Otherwise, they're just going to get
lost.
obliterated. Yeah, lost. That's
Lost and found.
very good.
Later. Maybe they'll be found later. There's no resistance. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to go back up. But
Were those orders up at 71.39, 71.40?
yeah. I don't see why I wouldn't. But then before it looked like it could go to all the way to 34 at least. And it went to 32. And then just turned around. I guess it's a little supply zone, but that was a little annoying. Come on, come on, come on. Push up. Oh, la la la.
I didn't realize I was on mute. I'm sorry.
No,
Oh, you're good.
nothing's happening. Just moving.
Yeah. Oh, happy 420 to all those that blaze it up. I know Fuzz is gonna be partying. I know Fuzz is gonna be partying today.
I do not participate
in those
Jane.
illicit activities. You know who is though?
No.
All those guys in the trucks, those low riders driving around your
all the
neighborhood causing a ruckus.
Yeah, I tried it in college, and
Just not
just
your
don't like it.
not your cup of
Just don't
tea.
like it. Yeah. Booze was my
substance of choice.
main. Yeah. So much that they gave me the Cast Iron Belly Award.
Really? Nice. Now, is that just out of sheer volume, or can you like chug them? Do you have like a quick chugging ability?
Volume.
Just
I
volume.
could, yeah, I could throw them back more than the average person. And still be okay.
Have you seen? There's a guy. His name's, I think it's like Deutsch or something. He got pretty popular on social media just for how fast he would like set a table up at tailgates, and you could win. I forget what it was like. You could win like all his money, or win $100. You paid like 20 to win 100 if you could beat him in chugging a beer, and just nobody could beat him. And Barstool hired him. Barstool Sports did, so I've been seeing more of his content. He just slams. It's like unreal. I don't know how he does it.
I'm gonna try it up again. Let's see if this works. Now it's gonna hit the 34 that I wanted. Let's see.
Yeah, you're starting to base around this -2 standard deviation. Volume profile shows you're also trying to build a little bit of support.
Still in YM here, sitting at pretty much break even. We'll be hanging out for about 10 more minutes today, and then Aaron will be taking a break, lunch break. Aaron will be coming back on for the nooner.
Aaron.
Fuzz, are you gonna come on? Do you have a updated Substack that you want to go through this afternoon?
Sure.
Cool.
It's too choppy. I don't even know when. I don't want to play it. I see the plays, but then it doesn't do what I want it to do. So I end up losing money. Coin, I can see coin going. Where's Bitcoin? Let's see. Bitcoin is just kind of there. Coin kind of there too, but it.
There's a push.
Nice push. Okay, there you go, Karen.
So, yeah. It worked though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, coin. Is Qualcomm now moving? No, Qualcomm is still there.
Let's see here. Little wick still trying to hold though.
Check out. Let's see if anything hit the low. I'm sure to play it back up. Let's see.
Here we go.
All right. VWAP on Spice is at 708.30. they want to retest it.
Yeah, it went right to the 50% again and rejected. But at least, yeah, I may take one. All right. Go back in that account. I may take it for tomorrow and see where it goes. A call.
Small caps are still strong.
71.39. Again, that 71.40 area, that one that I was like, oh, if it doesn't hold, I'm getting out. Now it's resistance. So not until that breaks will I get calls to make sure.
Tesla up to, they got earnings on Wednesday. I think it's Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah, Tesla's Wednesday. I think after the bell.
Here it is. It's starting to break a little bit.
Yeah, ES, you broke through VWAP.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. It has to break this level and hold, and VWAP now is holding us down. I was thinking of putting some, like a little mutual fund for myself for space stocks.
I dig it.
And putting that together and putting it in one of the IRAs. It's kind of leaving it there.
VRT's looking good.
We got hit again. Annoying. Hold the line or do something. Or we have calls, Val calls, or Val calls, net calls, EE calls, ARM calls. Fuck you.
We're up about 65 points here on the YM long.
Did you say dock you or fuck you?
No, fuck you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna try some calls here for tomorrow on SPY. It is for tomorrow, right? Tomorrow. Yeah, for tomorrow. The 708s.
Just look at it. Oh, screen one. Yeah, ES is holding VWAP right now. SPY is back at VWAP.
And this
Just
one
shy,
looks
at least.
interesting. Yeah, we'll try it.
Give us the old V-shaped bounce.
It's right at the 50. $706.90 I'll put as my
about the Flying V chat.
Talk about throwback.
Mm-hmm. Go
Yoink.
Flying V batting.
That goalie was terrible.
Yeah. I think they all might have been.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
Yeah, so I'm obviously, I mean, I'm into the NHL playoffs in general, but specifically Penn's Flyers. I could not be more fired up for. Unfortunately, we lost game 1, but game 2 tonight. You have any rooting interest for the playoffs?
Tampa.
All right. You're in Texas, right? Not a Dallas guy?
I'm in Georgia.
Oh, you're in Georgia. I don't know why I thought you were in Texas.
But we do travel down to Tampa for my wife's work.
Okay.
A good bit.
Yeah, I have some family in Tampa. I know they visit Savannah every now and then.
Yeah, they're bringing in a, what do you call it? I guess it's a minor league team. There used to be a team here in Augusta, and then they went.
Well, you guys had
under,
the
and now
Atlanta
they're going
Thrashers,
back.
right?
Yes.
How far are you from Atlanta?
Like an hour and 20 minutes.
Okay, so that would have been like your team then.
Yeah, I hope they bring them back or bring hockey back to Atlanta. They are bringing hockey back to Augusta with like a minor league team, but
Okay.
I do hope that at some point they bring it back to Atlanta because
Oh,
that was a lot of fun. Ooh, look at that.
Nice
Up, I hope.
pop there, but an Iranian delegation would travel to Pakistan on Tuesday. The New York Times citing 2 Iranian officials.
Spy smacked right into VWAP. As we continue to build out today's volume profile, still looks like a bell curve to me. Very D profile-like distribution.
Estelle, I'm wondering if I should get in or not because I'm like, how much more can it go? Netflix with this drop. Yeah, it went below this level. I don't like that. And Netflix, I may have to get some puts on this.
Fear and greed. We're in greed with a reading of 69.
Well, all right, here, Chad. I'm going to continue to manage the YM position, but I'm going to step away and get something to eat because I'm very hungry. So we're going to step away, take a little lunch break here. Then we'll be back at 12 o'clock for the nooner with Aaron. So make sure you guys are back for that. Fuzz, Karen, thanks for coming on. We'll also have Fuzz back on this afternoon going through his Substack. So his update on the markets for this week. So we'll have that to look forward to this afternoon as well. So we'll see you guys all there. Talk to you guys later. Peace out, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Good afternoon, everybody. We are back for the nooner with Aaron Ellis. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
How we doing, everybody? Hope everybody had a good morning. What's up? What's up, Miss Tomika? How we doing? Give everybody a second to get in. All right, everyone. Make sure you say hi because I can't see you. All right, typical Monday. What's up, Mr. Wealth? How are you? How are you? How are you? Let everybody get in here. VIX is still stuck, right? VIX is still stuck. At least everybody's playing nicely in the sandbox together today. That's a good thing. All right. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. So starting off on the VIX. Here's where we're sitting now. Remember, this is VX, the VIX future is not VIX, the index. So what's up, Amanda? How are you? Hope you had a nice trip. Good to see you back. All right, so we're still in these April 1st lows to lows, okay? So remember, we traded up into that overnight, right? We gapped into that. Now, this is where we're sitting, okay? Remember, VIX up, indices down, VIX down, indices up. All right, everything seems to be back to normal now. All right, we've got our old contract lows to new contract highs. All right, we talk about that level every single month, okay, because that's where the VIX can change trend and we can get those big explosion levels. Now that went up and hit its target. All right, so there's our next pullback. But what is getting in the way, right? And we were talking about this morning. All right, is our Friday's lows to highs. All right, and we know we need to break that. Okay, so those Friday's lows to highs, we could go up in a series here, and that's what we did not break. Okay, so that's a big deal. So what we're going to watch going into the afternoon and the overnight, okay, are these 2046, 45, 40s. These 2040s need to break. Okay, that's our line in the sand. All right, we'll throw an alert on there. But this is what happened. We're getting stuck, which is normal, obviously, for a Monday. Our highs to lows, coming out of these highs, we held this first short, bang, went down, hit its target, bounced. So we're actually holding this short setup right there. Okay, that next pullback. So that's where we're stuck right now. And again, typical, well, we're happy to have you back, Amanda. Typical Monday, right? So we'll see. This is a positive sign right here for the indices. Okay, that we didn't lift straight off. So if these 40s break, we're going to fall back to these 20s. All right, there's nothing getting in the way until we get back to these 20s. All right, so, but that's, you know, if you wanted to take it even a step further, there's this long right here, or halfway back on the day, that's holding as well. All right, so you could get really tight in there. All right, but that's what we're looking at going into the afternoon. So there's our little Monday range, right? There's our little Monday range right there. Okay. Any questions? And you'll see the inverse of this on the indices. Any questions as to where we are? No? Okay. All right, we will see who wins the battle over this little trend here. Right? Break up top, we're going to go. Break this, we're going to fall down to 20s. Okay? So we'll see. We'll see going in the afternoon. All right, so there's VIX, typical Monday, like I said, a little Monday range right here. All right, so moving on to our financials. Now, our financials ripped this morning, okay, but they ran right into highs. All right, this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. Remember, if bank is rising, that's a tailwind for the indices. If bank is falling, that's a headwind for the indices. All right, it doesn't move tick for tick or anything like that, it just creates the environment. So as of right now, the indices have lost their tailwind. That's how we can look at this, right? Because banks stopped going up, right? So if you see us pull back this afternoon, they're going to have a headwind against them. All right. So we'll see, right? We'll see. It is definitely a Monday here. All right. Remember, we got Warsh speaking tomorrow or doing his testimony tomorrow at 10. So that could be a really big deal too, to really get things moving. All right. Okay. So here's the ES. Now, we're watching, we've got a larger support level below us. All right, and that's drawn from April 10th to highs. That's down here. But this is what's holding us up, just inverse of the VIX, right? Now, the ES, okay, and these are the little tricks and traps you got to know about. We broke the short from highs. Okay, this was the long from lows that the VIX did not break. Okay, that we need to break the 40s, right? The ES broke it. Doesn't really matter because the VIX didn't break the long. All right. But here's that long from lows, which is that short from highs that the VIX is holding right there. Okay, that is that. Okay. So if you can see, if we continue to fall back down into these 20s, right, then the indices will squeeze, right? We'll squeeze off of these lows. Okay, and we can squeeze all the way up to these targets at 71, 77. Or until the VIX gets to its 20s. Okay, but here's that Monday, little Monday wedge, Monday range that we go into. Now, check out the gap fill here. Hang on, I got to move this over. All right, here's our 930 open. Here's our gap fill up here, 71, 61, 50. All right, here's our 930 open. All right, we open here inside, right, of our 20 points. There's our 20 points right there. So it went up straight, filled the half. Awesome. Great move inside of the 20. Little pullback, filled the half. Didn't quite get to the full. There was our little reload into the full. We couldn't get it. All right. So this is still considered an unfilled gap. All right. 61.50, we would need to trade 61 even. All right. We traded 59.50. So no gap fill yet. And this is still in play. Right? This is still in play. But isn't that something? We opened right inside of those 20. Right there. And filled the half. Great move. Right? Great move. So this is what we're watching going into the afternoon. More than anything, this is what we're watching right here. Right? Oh, I mean, new low. All right. So we'll see if we continue to fall. See if we can get through this low here. All right, if that's the case, then you'll see this continued strength on the indices. Okay? All right, so there we go. Now, the NASDAQ, a little bit different here. Okay? The NASDAQ, it broke through the highs, obviously. But this long broke. The one the ES is holding, the one the VIX is holding, right? The NASDAQ broke it. So the NASDAQ's weakest, right? So we're just going to equate this low, right, with where the VIX hit its resistance, okay? And again, if the VIX continues to fall, right, we can just continue to squeeze higher, right? So we're just going to look at this low right there, right, as this high, if you're trading the NASDAQ, right there, okay, 1045. All right, 1045. Okay. All right, so that's what we'll look at on the NASDAQ. All right, but indices look pretty solid right now. I mean, it's sideways to higher, sideways to lower on the VIX, sideways to higher on the indices. Okay. Now, remember how the YM and the Russells are affected by bank, right? So the YM just ripped this morning. And there's an extension long that it has traded. It's the weakest right now, that the ES and the NASDAQ haven't officially got down and traded yet. And that's from the 9th to our highs right there. All right, and there's the short from highs. Oops. Get up there. Yeah. All right, there's the short from highs that broke. All right, and then we look at our long from lows. Now, remember with the YM and the Russells, right, they're really going to need banks' help to keep being able to go up. What the heck? There we go. Right, because if bank rolls over this afternoon, right, there's the long. If bank rolls over this afternoon, these guys can just fall back down into support. Okay. Remember, bank has a stronger effect or a more immediate effect, you would say, on the YM and the Russells. Okay, and there's the Russells straight up with bank. Go Russells, go. There's its extension long from the 8th to highs, and we dropped right into that on Sunday night, Monday. Okay, so here's those longs from lows. The Russell's actually one of the strongest right now. Okay, because of bank, right? Russell's is the most affected, most sensitive to bank's movements. All right, YM second, and then you've got the ES and the NASDAQ. Okay, so look at the Russells. Go Russells, go. As long as bank continues to go higher, this thing can just grind higher. But again, if bank rolls over, right, we're going to see the Russell make pullbacks. Okay. So there we go. Let's see what everybody is doing. Oh. All right, there we go. Sorry, hang on. There we go. There we go. One more time. There we go. All right. So there's bank, and the VIX is continuing to fall. All right, continuing to fall for now. So there we go. Tesla, yeah, we'll get to stocks here in a second. Yash, welcome. All right. Okay. Any questions, anybody, on where we are? VIX Bank indices. Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, so we'll see what the afternoon brings, see who's going to win the battle over this trend here. All right. New lows. Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. All right, so Bitcoin's in that massive short, right? We traded that massive short. That's halfway back on the year. I'll show you this on spot too. Okay, that massive short setup from January 14th to our lows right there. All right, and then we broke an extension long. And here's our first short pullback. There's our first short pullback. Now that pullback didn't break its opposing move yet, okay? But we're anticipating it will. If we don't, then we're just squeezing back to highs, okay? The Bitcoin has broken its longs, all right? The next support level that we know about, all right, is going to be down here, the 71.18. Okay, I did add Bitcoin up here. All right. So that's where we are there, looking good. All right, looking good. Little dip into highs. All right, so we'll see. We'll see on this way down. All right. So there's Bitcoin, nice setup. Right, nice setup right there. All right, so let's, $87 on the swear jar now. Getting closer. Remember, guys, you get $100 if you're on the call and that thing gets to $100. All right. Okay. Now, Bitcoin on the larger time frame. Okay, that's why this is such a big opportunity. All right, when we zoom out, All right, this is what we're looking like. Okay. That's that pullback we've been waiting on right there. Okay. Now, if that would break for some reason, we're just making our all the way halfway back. So we roll out of this, right? That's our next leg down. And look where that target is. That target's down at 44,340. All right, remember we've got ultimate targets down here at 33.5 or between September, October 6th. So is this going to be our next leg down? We'll see, right? We will see. When we zoom in here, all right, looks just like the futures markets. We were in those longs broke after we ran into resistance. And there's our short. That's what we're looking at right there. All right. Okay. All right. There's our possibilities right there. Bank's starting to roll over a little bit. Okay. All right. Stocks. We've got Tesla. What other stocks you guys want to see? Let's look at Tesla real quick. All right. There we go. Zoom out. We're coming out of this massive support level, right? This support is drawn from April 7th of 25 to our highs up here in December of 25. That's the level that we're ripping out of. Now, obviously, we're going to have to get through this short from highs, right? We're going to have to get through that. Let's zoom in here and see where we are in our series. Boom, boom. All right, so here we are. This is what we're watching. There you go. All right, from this high on April 14th, highs to highs. Okay, right there. So there's your support. If that breaks, this support would lift us off. But if that would break, all right, we could come halfway back. All right, right there. So that's what it's looking like on Tesla, right there. All right, still got some work to do to get through that larger short, but you're ripping out of that long. So there's your long setup right there. You're bouncing off it right now. All right, bouncing off it right now. Looks good. Looks good. All right. Thanks, Amanda. Okay, AMD. What's up, Alex? AMD and Rivian. Frank, how are you? All right, AMD. Let's see where we are here. Oh, broke through that short. All right, so with longs one there. All right, so the current long we're in is from this low on April 8th of 25 to our highs in October 25. That's a front run there at this 38.2. Targets are up here at 313. So let's zoom in. See what we got. What are we hitting right there? Hang on, I gotta go out because we're hitting something. We're hitting this much larger profit target right here. Okay, so let's do this. There we go. All right, so since we hit that profit target of that much larger long setup, you can see it getting a reaction right there. We'll look at these highs to highs. That high is March 4th of 24 to highs. So that's what we're gonna watch. Now let's zoom in. So that would be your next larger pullback down there. All right, that's down at these 258-ish area. All right, let's walk this up here. Boom, boom, highs to highs right there. Right, so there could be a highs to highs right here. So that's how you're going to look at it. You've got two support levels below you. All right. This first one being from this high on April 10th. All right, highs to highs. It's like the indices. That pullback right there. All right, if that would break, you do have that larger one I just showed you right down here at these 258 area. All right. So there you go, Frank. There you go. What's up, Forrest? There you go. Or Alex. There you go, Alex. Frank Rivian. Yep. All right. All right. There's Rivian just basically going sideways. It's still in this much larger short. This thing's been beat to hell. So from this high on September 12th of 2022 to this low, April of 23, there was your pullback. Haven't hit this target yet. We're just, this is straight sideways. I look at this one every Monday. So what we're watching here, all right, in the middle of that range, there's the short from highs. There's December 19th of last year to our lows right there. All right, and we're just chopping around inside of that. Haven't broken that short yet. For anything to the upside, we're going to have to break these 1920s. All right, anything to the upside, you're going to have to break these 1920s and then hold a pullback. Because if not, we're just going straight sideways to down. Okay. All right, Frank. All right, coin. Yep, let's look at that. All right, might be onto something here. All right, it's got this, it broke this long from lows. So it's got this much larger pullback up here, 292-ish. All right, it broke. There was an extension short. I think it was from right here. Yeah, it broke an extension short, and then it broke this little counter trend right there. So this is what we're watching, Forrest, on coin. You could draw from this low. You could draw from that low too, since it made a new high. You can draw from that low right there. See if we get this pullback, right? If this pullback holds and lifts off, then we're changing trend. Oops. Then we are absolutely changing trend. All right, so that's going to be the test if we're going to trend or we're just going to go into a range. All right, so that's what you can watch for right there, man. Watch for this first pullback. All right. Well, there we go. You're welcome, Frank. All right, any others, guys? Welcome, Forrest. Okay. All right, moving on. All right, there we go. VIX still falling, banks falling too. Some crosswinds there. Indices just going sideways. Okay, crude oil. All right. Very quiet today. But we're still in these short setups, right? Let's see how close we came on this. Yeah, right to our 38.2. So the most recent short that we're in on crude oil is from April 10th to our lows. All right. And we've traded into that resistance level. Okay. Now, obviously, a lot of geopolitical going on with crude oil, but this is what, whoa, but this is what price is saying. Don't do that. All right. So we'll need to see if crude oil did indeed hit that. If that indeed is resistance, then we're going to break this long setup. We're going to break this long and there'll be pullback shorts to sell into. All right. So really not a whole lot to do right now. This is just sideways junk. Okay. But if these hold, then, you know, we could get up here and there could be an entry, right, coming out of that. Or if we break these longs, right, then we can go highs to lows, look for an entry short to lead us down. Okay. All right. So we're still in a downtrend. Absolutely still in a downtrend on crude oil. That's bullish for the indices as of right now. Now, gold and silver. Okay, here's gold. We know we're going to run into this resistance, right? This halfway back in the year, we've been talking about this. All right, from January 29th to lows, that going to have to churn through that right there. We know that. But now when we zoom in, this is what I was watching this morning to help me make some decisions, was there's that larger short right there, the one I just drew up, that 50%. Okay. Now, from those highs to lows, that's what we haven't gotten through. Okay. There's this counter trend long, or not, well, I wouldn't even say counter trend, but the long from April 10th to highs, right? We finally got down and we traded it, but we haven't broken this short yet. Okay. So we've got to get through these 48, 54, 40s up here. We've got to get through that to break that short to potentially take off. All right. And we haven't done it yet. Okay. We're getting pinned right here. All right. There's your long from lows right there. So we're pinned, right? Typical Monday. Okay. So we'll see if we can get up. That's why I've got an alert set right there. We'll see if we can get up and get through that. All right. Now, silver, kind of the same deal. All right. But its short setup's a little bit different. Okay. Silver short is from this high on March 3rd, March 2nd. Okay. To lows. That's what silver hasn't broken yet. But silver on the intraday is a little bit stronger here. All right. There's what we got to break. Okay. We had this pullback last week, right? And we went right to our target right there and sold straight off from it. So if we look at same anchor new high, that's the support level that we're trading off of. But again, it's got to get through this opposing move. And it hasn't yet. So see how it's pinned just like gold is. So we're just going straight sideways here, right? Straight sideways on the precious metals. And that's normal, right? We know that early in the week, the precious metals tend to go sideways, and then later in the week, they tend to trend. Okay. All right. What's up, Art? Welcome, Alex. Now, on to the dollar. Now, this is a really big deal here. Okay. So DXY, not the dollar. All right. This is just a bunch. This is just an index, just a bunch of currencies put together. Okay. It ran into its next short. All right. And that's from April 12th to lows. Ran right into that short. Now, it's in a much larger long. We don't need to look at that right now. But again, we're going to need to break this long from this opposing move to continue this downtrend, right? And if we don't, and we lift off, right, then all of a sudden we have our inverted head and shoulders, right? And we're lifting off and potentially changing trend on the dollar, because the trend on the dollar right now is down, all right? And that's bullish for the indices and the precious metals, okay? Oh, HRC, that's cool. Ladies of Lily, very cool. Nice. Well, hopefully she'll have some better weather later this week. So there's DXY. Now, to the actual currencies, okay, this is where it gets really interesting. All right. So the dollar yen right, from our highs on February 19th to our highs on March 18th. There's that pullback, right? This is our support. Okay, that's our support. Now, this is just a big range. So, but what we're watching here, okay, coming out of these lows, right, is this pullback. If this pullback holds and squeezes us back to these highs, that's going to be dollar strength. Okay, that's going to put a headwind against the precious metals and the indices. All right. Same thing on the euro. If you look at where the euro is, right, now it's got support down below us. Okay, but it was in a series of longs and those longs broke, and here's our first pullback, right? So if we don't get through this, right, this is all dollar strength coming out of that. And if we see that, we see that happening, then we know there's going to be a headwind against the precious metals and the indices. Now, for some reason, we continue to push through. And see, we're getting a big reaction right there. We continue to push through. We're going to stay in dollar weakness, right? And that that's going to maintain that tailwind for the indices and the precious metals. But as you can see, you know, with everything setting up, if we get this dollar strength, that's not going to help anybody out at all. Headwind against everybody. Okay. So really important level there. Really important level there. All right. Now it's Monday afternoon, so things can get weird. We know that Monday afternoons, Friday afternoons. But going in, we'll see if the VIX can get through this low, right? Bank could, we don't know this. And again, it's just an index. It can do whatever it wants. Could have a pullback and lift off, right? But if the VIX does continue to fall and break these 2040s, then, you know, the indices could fill this gap. Because remember, that gap's unfilled. We haven't filled it. That gap is unfilled. We got to come 2 ticks away. All right. So looking pretty decent here for this pullback, right? Now, again, we'll see if we go into a range. I don't know if we're going to have enough juice in the market to get through those lows on the VIX, right? We could just bounce off those lows and go into a range, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, remember, we got the big three, right? VIX, Bank, and the dollar. And we're getting crosswinds right now, which is normal for a Monday. So VIX falling, bullish. Bank falling, bearish. Dollar, we don't know yet. Right? Dollar up or dollar weakness, bullish. Dollar strength, bearish. Okay? So we'll see. Keep a close eye on the dollar there. See what it starts to do. Okay? All right. Pretty quick one. Any questions, anybody? Going into the afternoon? Looks pretty solid for the indices, especially if we can get through those 40s. That would be pretty awesome for the indices. All right. This is, well, I'm going to be watching for a 1 hour bar to close red here. See if there's any opportunity there. Okay. Any questions, guys? Anything you might have missed? Want to see again? If you're new, remember, if this doesn't make any sense, just stick with it. It will. Just takes time. All right. Okay. Easy peasy. All right. Remember, we got Warsh talking tomorrow at 10. That's going to be a really, really big deal tomorrow. That's the new Fed chairman, or Fed chairman-elect, however the hell you want to call it. The one that's taking over for Powell in May. All right, so that's getting close. Okay? All right, guys, very good. Tyler, you got us? Tyler? All right. Okay, guys, well, I need to jump off. If you got any questions, let me know. Let's have a great afternoon. All right. All right. Thanks, everybody. All right. See y'all. Bye bye. Fuzz, you on? Okay, cool. All right. We had kind of a shorter one, so feel free to do whatever you do. All right. Thanks, brother. I'll talk to you. See you, man. Bye bye.
Took my son to school and ran one other errand. Okay. Give me some new pop messages. All right. All right, everybody. We are back with Fuzz. He's here to walk through his Substack market overview letters that he letters vlog or what did you call it? Letter blog? I don't know what you call it, but basically just
Blog.
kind of a blog
Yeah,
market
it's a blog.
breakdown. Yeah. So he's been doing these. You do these daily or weekly?
Twice a week.
Twice a week. Okay. So he's been doing these twice a week, and he's gonna run us through this one here. So I'm gonna step aside and let him dive into it. And Fuzz, I'll be around for whenever you wrap it up.
Sounds good. I appreciate you, bud. Is it still being wonky? Oh, there it is. All right. Good afternoon. Hope your sessions are going good. We are going to just kind of go over everything. Like I said, I post these blogs twice a week, once on Sunday. Generally, I post them around 1 p.m. And then I release a midweek update on Wednesday. Like I said, it's free. You can use it for your benefit or however you want to use it. But I give a pretty broad breakdown on what's going on with the market, what happened in the previous week, what I'm looking at for the week ahead, and what my readings are going forward. So let's just kind of go ahead and dive in. Aaron covered a good chunk of what I was already seeing, so it's going to be a nice little add on to what he was saying. So last week, impressive week. We closed 13 straight days on the Nasdaq, above 7,000 on the S&P. Credit with HYG remains over 80, and everything was looking nice and strong. The market continues to brush off all the major news that keeps happening with the Middle East. And then we got hit with a little bit of a curveball on the weekend. Iran saying, they're closing the Strait of Hormuz, even though we got a blockade. Peace talks kind of shut down. And that just kind of brought in a little bit of a curveball going into this week. We've had 3 straight days of gap ups and relative strength. And on Friday, we had a little bit of a weaker close, and that was my head scratcher going into today. And this was something that we were playing off of earlier this morning on the short side. And my thesis was, because of our weaker close and the thinning of the volume profile on Friday, it gave some reasoning to believe that maybe we could consolidate slash move lower, and that's what we have ended up. Now, we're still holding pretty strong here, despite all the continuous headlines. Are we going to go, handle business, maybe do some more peace talks? Now, the ceasefire ultimately ends tomorrow, which does make things a little bit more interesting. And like Aaron said, we also have the wash confirmation hearing tomorrow, so that'll be another interesting curveball. But as things sit right now, SPY is still holding strong. The gap doesn't start until we move back below 705.75. We're kind of in the middle of that. Point of control sits around 707.63, and we're just in that lunch hour low volume chop situation right now. So without further ado, we'll just kind of dive into everything here. And first thing is just kind of going over uh, the rally that we've had. Semiconductors continue to be impressive. We had a little bit of economic data, CPI, PPI, all that kind of good stuff. I'm not going to go into all the economic data here, but we'll just kind of go over here to the charts and kind of dive in to see what has maybe changed today, or if any. I know it's Monday, it's very early in the week, but as you can see, SPY still sits around all-time highs, about $5 off of that high that we made on Friday. There's no major change here. Still have bull readings on the SPY, and like I said, we've had this incredible move to the downside on the SPY. We lost all the key moving averages, and in just a short 3-week period, we've reclaimed all of that plus some. So the question of uh, is the correction over is pretty much, you know, resolved. It seems that we have our answer here, and we're in clear blue skies. And now the main question is, are we dealing with extension rather than direction? So are we going to get ourselves a retracement and some pullback? Now, I know plenty of investors and swing traders would absolutely love for us to come back down and retest the prior all-time high at 697.76 so that they can get in. We've had this nice lockout rally where we just push forward. Now, my most important chart for me, at least right now, is definitely small caps. We can see that small caps held stronger than the SPY and the NASDAQ. We came all the way down to the daily 200 simple moving average, and we've had this amazing move to the upside. And when you compare that to the NASDAQ and the SPY, the IWM held up strong, and that has been a very strong tell for me. It confirms that market breadth has improved, and it's not just focused into a small amount of stocks. If we look at the SPX A50R, which is the amount of stocks trading above their 50 daily moving average, we can also use this to confirm market breadth. And right now it sits at around 61%. So that is very good. If we look at the 200, see how many stocks are trading above their 200 moving average, we can see that this is at around 59%, 60%. So this is also a very positive for the overall market. But when small caps and mid caps are leading alongside large caps, this confirms that the market improvement is broad and it is very healthy. So overall, this is a very strong push to the upside, very resilient. We've seen some impressive inflows, especially amongst semiconductors. Um, yeah, semiconductors reading all-time highs. Uh, Market breadth has been good. If we look at credit with the HYG, like I said earlier, it is back above our $80 threshold. So that continues to look pretty good. When we look at investment grade, it's not as impressive, but it's still doing some pretty positive work. It's moving higher instead of making lower lows. We're kind of back in the zone that we were in previously before everything kind of crashed. So it seems like we've gotten a little bit more of a reset as far as credit conditions go. The VIX has also improved drastically. You know, we hit this high of about 35, pushed down, got a little bit of bounce, and now this thing is absolutely crashed and burned. One of the largest volatility crushes that we've seen in several years. So, yeah, everything seems to be in order. Options have now become a little bit cheaper. Remember, when volatility increases, option contracts will also increase in price, and that's both on the call side and the put side. So things have gotten a little bit more affordable as far as that aspect goes. And I know Aaron discussed the dollar. When the dollar is weak, that is good for equities. when the dollar is strong. That is bad for equities as well as bad for emerging markets. And I've been monitoring the $100 level for several months, if not years, and we had this little bit of a dance off. It looked like the dollar was going to just absolutely rip face to the upside, and that was definitely a big concern as the market continued to break down and lose all those key moving averages. But when the ceasefire came through and all the Middle East headlines started to move in a more positive direction, we did see that dollar crush. And as it sits, we're kind of in a neutral spot here for the dollar. I will say that this is going to be a interesting spot to continue to monitor on a day in and day out basis uh, until we get some clear direction, whether that's to the upside or if the dollar continues to weaken. I did see that that the Fed is going to inject like $9.5 billion into the market. That is interesting because that could cause inflation to creep back up. We also saw the treasuries buy back more of their debt, and it seems they're trying to keep those interest rates lower without forcing the Fed to. It's almost like they're trying to force the Fed to lower rates, and that's kind of how they're doing it on the back end by dealing with the treasuries. But nonetheless, the dollar continues to be a nice little tailwind for equities right now, and that will remain true as long as the dollar remains weak, and especially as long as we don't break back above the 100 level. The 100 level is definitely going to be the biggest threshold out there. Let's check gold real quick. Yeah, gold's doing just fine. It's kind of muted, kind of soft, but kind of wedged between the 21 EMA and the 50 SMA. If gold can get back above 4,900, we could very well see a move back up to about 5,100. That's my next levels for gold. But as far as everything else goes, tech has been strong. Like I said, semiconductors is probably the strongest sector out there. We do have a max bull reading on the daily as well as the weekly. We did get this nice little thrust action here. The daily squeeze resolved to the upside, and when squeezes fire off, they tend to last about 8 to 10 bars, give or take. And so far, we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're right at that 8 threshold. We'll need to keep an eye on the momentum, especially as we get more into earnings season. We do have Intel earnings reporting on Thursday, and Intel has been a complete power horse. So we'll see if Intel sets the tone. We did get earnings from TSM last week, and that was kind of a muted move. We seem to be kind of trading it in a zone between 360 and about 380, so about a 20-point move. But as we settle into these earnings season, it will be important to kind of monitor to see how momentum either progresses forward or if we get a shift back down to the downside. We can see that the 21 EMA sits around 425, which is kind of approaching the prior all-time high, which sits at about 427. So if we do get a pullback on semiconductors, I would like to see that confluence area hold up around 425, 427. So that is going to be important as we move forward. Another strong area in the market is this UFO ETF. We've had a huge rally. Does remain max bull on the readings. We're trading above all the key moving averages. We had this nice breakout over 49. Some consolidation does make sense because we are a little extended away from the key moving averages. So we can consolidate by either pulling back in price or let price move sideways and let those moving averages catch up. So that is a few ways that things can consolidate either through retracement or through time. So something to keep in mind. You do got some interesting names in here like PL, ASTS, I think that's what it was called, and GSAT, if I'm not mistaken. But UFO sector continues to look pretty good. Another interesting aspect of the market is a little bit of a silent one, in my opinion, and that is, we always talk about AI and we talk about the semiconductors, the chips, the memory. But one of the key things that, I've been playing on is definitely uh, utilities and, where are we going to get our water, where are we getting our power? And utilities is a sneaky way to possibly play the AI infrastructure. um, you definitely need water, you definitely need power, but we can see here on the XLU it's holding steady. It's more of a neutral position. We can see that those moving averages are kind of converging here. We do have a daily squeeze that is yet to be resolved, so it's a little bit messy after making a new high of 47.80. But there are some interesting names here to play, especially on the waterfront. VRT is a good one to look at. It is making new all-time highs. And these are all good for like shares. You also have Train Technologies, who has earnings coming up in a few weeks. They also pay a pretty good dividend. So these two are probably one of my favorites when it comes to that water infrastructure that we can keep an eye on. Now, as far as other sectors goes, we've looked at semiconductors. Semiconductors look impressive. One of the questionable areas that we also need to keep an eye on is crude oil. Crude oil had this massive move. Energy had a fantastic move at the beginning of the year, or towards the late of last year and into this year. And things have been kind of quiet as far as the crude oil and XLE goes. Crude made a high of about 119.50, and we've gotten this kind of an epic crush all the way back down to the 78 level, which was our retest from the prior high. If we zoom back out, you see here 78 pulled all the way back. And like I said, over the weekend, we had that news of the Strait of Hormuz closing, the ceasefire talks, et cetera, et cetera. And the question is, okay, how is crude oil going to respond? And so far, it's kind of been a little bit muted. And I think Aaron uh, touched base on this a little bit, and I'm just kind of confirming that a little bit of a muted move on crude oil, but it's definitely something you want to keep an eye on. If energy prices rally and continue to go up, that means that inflation goes up, your cost of goods go up, shipping costs go up, etc. And that is going to have a negative impact on equities. So right now, as of today, it's an inside bar, nothing too crazy, no major changes here on crude oil, but it's definitely something that we want to monitor as things progress, especially if, you know, no deals are going to be made. But the market seems to be pricing in. We can always talk about the U.S. energy infrastructure, how we are a main exporter, and we've seen a lot of oil tankers come into the Gulf to fill up and ship those back overseas. So there's a lot of ebb and flow here, a lot of push and pull, a lot of headline driven. So that's the only spot where I'm skeptical about getting back into a sector like XLE, is that it is so heavily geopolitical headline driven at this moment. When we had this ramp up towards the end of last year and a little bit towards the beginning of this year, it was a little bit more quieter. It was more quiet. So something that I'm considering, if I do want to get back in energy, I definitely want to see more of a flip here on the hourly. Let me go to an hour time frame here. And as you can see here, we don't have a flip yet on the oscillator. We are starting to get early signals here on thrust momentum, but all in all, we're still getting a bearish signal. Price is not back above key moving averages on the hourly. And ideally, what I would want to see here on energy or crude oil is I want to see price push back above the 50. Ultimately, we'll get that 2150 crossover at some point, and then get a retest of that breakout and then shoot up to the hourly 200 at about 58.50. Now, if we do get some reclaim of the hourly 200, that would be a strong flip for me to consider to jump back into longs on the XLE. So it's definitely an interesting spot. I'm not willing to jump in just yet, but it is definitely something that I am paying attention to. Now, as far as the laggards go, you definitely have some laggy moves here upon the XLP and the XLV. I'm not going to discuss those too extensively, but for the most part, yeah, neutral down, a little bit bearish, but they're holding steady. They're just not doing much of anything. There's better things out there in the market, especially as far as like semiconductors goes, the UFO, um, water infrastructure. There's definitely better plays out there, and even small caps are definitely the key leaders here that my attention is mostly focused on at this moment. So I'm not willing to play the XLV or XLP as it sits right now. Software names, probably one of the biggest highlights last week. We had a crazy bounce off of the 74 lows, and we have started to reclaim some of these key moving averages. Now, it's still mostly in a downtrend, so I'm not too convinced just yet. I know Adobe is, there was a headline with Adobe this morning that they were in talks with Google and Anthropic about some business dealings. I didn't read the headline too much, but software generally has some problems, and that's definitely the downside of the AI plays at some of these software names, and yeah, a lot of things are going to be impacted by AI, and we're kind of seeing that effect play out in software. So IGV plays a major uh, IGV plays a major, what's the word I'm looking for, weighting within the NASDAQ alongside tech. So when software bounces, that's generally a good thing for tech. If the IGV can hold up and continue to push back above, we'll say about 89, that does open the door to really retest this gap here at about 95 and ultimately 100, where the daily 200 sits. I'm not too interested in buying the dip on these names. I try to keep in mind the adage of what is low can go lower and what is high can go higher. So I prefer to look for relative strength names, which is why my primary focus is on small caps, water infrastructure, possibly energy, and definitely semiconductors. Those are the strongest names to play right now. Software is still in that I'm not too sure category. If this breaks down, it can definitely break down further and be a pain. So I'd rather not deal with software as it sits. Emerging markets, another confirmation tool that we can use. Remember, weak dollar makes life easier on emerging markets. The dollar is weak, it makes it easier to borrow, and you got the carryover trade, etc. I'm sure Aaron's done a pretty good job of it explaining all that. This is just another confirmation tool that I use to see how the overall markets are doing, and this just kind of confirms that strength in mid caps. If you look at the RSP, which is your equal weighted S&P 500, everybody weighs the same. Ford has the same weighting as someone like Apple, and we can see that the equal weight ETF also confirms the strength of the market breadth and the healthiness of this market. So overall, most things are pointing bullish or have a bullish tilt to them. There are some weak points to the overall market. So that kind of leads me to believe that we are getting that broadening, but you still want to be selective on what you're playing. You don't want to play names like software because software is weak. You want to focus on the winners. You want to focus on the relative strength and just ride the wave, raise your stops as you see fit, and continue to manage risk as you need to. So as far as like the overall conditions of the market, I think they're pretty good considering everything that we've been put through these past few weeks. Even I was getting phone calls from family like, "What's going on? Do I need to do anything?" I'm like, "No, don't touch your stuff. Just let it resolve." And have a shopping list ready. That's what I always tell people when we do get these moves to the downside. Always have a shopping list ready and be prepared to do what you need to do as far as that goes. The market looks relatively strong. The question is, are we going to see a deeper pullback and retracement in these next few days, get a little bit of reset, or are we going to chop around for a while and then decide on a direction later? So that's the main question. The market continues to be headline driven, but the bulls just keep piling in. And that's also brings up an interesting point. When we look at, let me pull this up. I think it should be, yeah, here we go. When we look at the put to call ratio, this is a 10 period moving average of the put call ratio overlaid with the SPX. We can see that every time that this moving average approaches the 1 mark, that signals that everybody and their mother has loaded up on puts. Once it gets down to about this 0.4, 0.5 area, that signals that everybody and their mother is long at this point. So this confirms the activity that we had. Everybody was short just a few weeks ago, and all those puts just absolutely got crushed. Everyone that was hedging had to cover. Even institutions, they were hedging pretty strong there, and that gave us that short squeeze rally that we've seen. But as it sits, we're sitting at 0.75 on the put call. Not extremely bullish here. So if the market wants to continue to move higher, I believe it absolutely can do so. We just need to continue to see the evidence hold up. Small caps need to continue to hold up. We need to continue to see the leaders hold. We want to see that market breadth continue to expand. We want to see more names get above their key moving averages, such as the 200. So that's my thesis right now. The bulls are in charge unless something changes. So yeah, I think that's going to be it for me. The newest update will be posted on Wednesday after the bell. I'll probably get that done around, I usually get that done around 5:30, 6 o'clock. But yeah, impressive market, very strong. Just have a few questions as far as the consolidation or retracement goes. So mind your P's and Q's, as they say. Raise your stops, play defense as you need to. Don't be too crazy, I guess. But we've had a great run these past few weeks, so it makes sense for things to kind of cool off a little bit. So can these gaps hold up? 705.75 is the first gap for SPY. If you break that down, then we do have room to go back towards 702, 700, and then you get the retrace and retest of that prior all-time high. All right, that's going to be it for me. I appreciate y'all's time.
Thanks,
for hanging
Fuzz.
out with me.
Appreciate it, man. And for anybody watching and would like to get, the text version of Fuzz's market breakdowns, I just dropped the Substack link in the chat. You can see Fuzz has it pulled up here on the screen, so he sends these out twice a week. You can click on that link. Make sure you guys subscribe. Check his stuff out. Good stuff as always, Fuzz. Thanks, man. We appreciate you coming on and doing your thing. And we'll be back tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. to run it back. We'll see you guys all there. Fuzz, we'll talk to you later this week, man. Peace out. Have a good one.
Sounds good, but I appreciate it.
Bye, everybody. Peace. Thanks for